ST, sponsored by the Alloy Repair Centre, specialist alloy wheel refurbishment in Cookstown Industrial Estate in West Dublin. Very well known in the motor trade. They also own the Accident Repair Centre. Owen Cullen, who's the boss, has actually decided to start racing, got himself a Fiesta ST, and has been going increasingly well. He was right at the back when he started. He's not so much now. He beat 2 cars the last day. He absolutely loves getting out there and having a bit of fun. And he is ahead of 2 more today, or 3 more maybe at the back. Up at the front, it is a bit of a sensation there, the LOH Motorsport car for BYD Galway of Tim McQuaid. Tim arrived in this class last year and immediately was quick and actually went really, really well in the wet. I think he might have had a race win in the wet, but has shown great pace and gone really, really well. But he took pole position this morning on pure speed and merit, just ahead of Dave Maguire. Nobody really has shaded Dave Maguire in terms of pace in this class just yet, but he did this morning. Ross Barnes, the champion, on the second row, alongside young Jack Conaghy from Dundalk. Great run from him. Then it's Roy White and Derek Graham on row 3. Michael Graham, super run from Michael Graham on row 4. Darragh McMullen alongside him. Then Adam O'Mahony. Adam's come up from ZTEC and really going well. The ex-Michael Cullen car, number 47. He's also with LOH Motorsport. Then Chris Jones, Trevor Farrar, Marcus Hayes, Bobby Turley, Owen Cullen that we spoke about, Chris Grimes and Matt Devereaux, who first ever car race this morning. He's done a bit of sim racing, has not done any car racing, so he's really thrown in at the deep end here in this Fiesta ST series. Great drone shot of the Fiesta STs now as they come down to line up on the grid. 160 odd brake horsepower in these cars. They've added a limited slip differential this year, and I was speaking to a few of the drivers this morning. Roy White was telling me that they're nicer to drive, they're more pleasurable to drive than they were. You're not limiting the wheel spin, you can be a little bit more aggressive with them than you could before. So Matt Devereaux just getting into position at the back there, beautifully turned out. I can see his novice cross, the yellow and black cross on the back of the car, indicating that he's not yet finished 5 races. The red lights are on the Alfa Romeo bridge, and we're racing at Mondello Park, and McQuaid gets a better start than Maguire. The 2 LOH cars neck and neck under the Alfa bridge and down to Castrol Corner. And they've both made a good start, nobody near them. Conaghy slightly better than Barnes, and Barnes back down the inside. Derek Graham having a look right around the outside, but Tim McQuaid leads through Campion Corner for the first time. Great stuff for Tim McQuaid. He'd be absolutely delighted with this one. Everybody else making it clear through turn 1, through Campion Corner, which is flat in 3rd gear in these cars, all the way out to turn 3. Dave Maguire Jr. here, very much a tin top specialist. He's been very, very quick in these cars, and he gets up the inside of Tim McQuaid. McQuaid takes the lock off and sits around the outside and hangs on to it though. Tim McQuaid's not going to hand this one away. Somebody's bringing 99s into the commentary box. I might go quiet for a few minutes. So Tim McQuaid leads now from Maguire, and right with them is Ross Barnes. Then it's Conaghy, Graham, Roy White on the move as well. Great stuff. Here they come, all 3 together out onto the international loop now. It's just about Tim McQuaid leading, but he looks quite composed. And it's Dave Maguire right with him, and then Ross Barnes has closed these 2 up on the opening lap, down into 7A and B now. So great stuff. I'm trying to digest the 99 and commentate on an exciting saloon car race at the same time. Here they go, back up towards us again. It's still Maguire in second. In fact, Maguire not really attacking just yet, having to look in his rearview mirrors for Ross Barnes. That's Conaghy and Derek Graham now. Derek Graham 76 just ahead. First 3 have made a break. Oh, Maguire trying to get the nose up the inside. We could see that beautifully from the drone. Just got the back unsettled and tried to use that to tuck up the inside of Tim McQuaid, but didn't manage it on that occasion. Using all the curbs on the way out, as they must have been watching the junior minis earlier. McQuaid centre of the road, but a late turn in. Shouldn't be too slow on the way out. Maguire thinking of putting the nose up the inside again, but doesn't get it done. These cars could not be more equal. They're both set up from the same team with the same setup. Ross Barnes right with them, then a gap back to Derek Graham. Still hanging on out front of McQuaid. And it's Maguire, Barnes, Graham, Conaghy, Roy White, Darragh McMullen, Trevor Farrar, Michael Graham, Chris Jones, Marcus Hayes, Bobby Turley, Adam O'Mahony, Owen Cullen, Chris Grimes and Matt Devereaux. That's the order at the end of lap 1. Well, Maguire trying so hard to get up the inside. McQuaid is happy though to wind the lock off, keep the foot in and go around the outside and doesn't scrub any speed off. So two very different approaches to Lola corner. Maguire giving intention of a lunge here. Well, I saw it coming. Tim should have seen it coming, but he didn't. He set that up pretty early. Ross Barnes comes flying through, gets a run at both of them. That was nicely done by Dave Maguire. Did pull out a little bit early, I thought, but that's easy for me to say for a high stool in the commentary box watching this from a drone. But certainly a slice down the inside. McQuaid is going to have plenty of pace though. He looks very comfortable. I don't think he's going to hand this away. Let's see if he can hang on to the young David Maguire here. It's Maguire now in the Beacon Health Check car from Tim McQuaid in the BYD Galway car and Ross Barnes in the Bart's Auto House car. And Derek Graham perhaps closing that trio down a little bit in the plain red car, numbers 4. Very experienced driver. Won races in Fiats and won championships and in the Barts and in Northern Ireland Fiestas as well. So Derek Graham, great to have him down here, and his son Michael. Is this going to be fastest lap for Derek Graham? I think it might, you know. Watch out for the lap times as they go by. Derek Graham should be quick here, I feel. Tim McQuaid, fastest lap, taken away by Maguire. Yeah, Derek Graham, fastest lap. I thought that, 2:03.8. So great stuff down through turn 1, all still running together. Roy White trying to have a go at Connaughey now, and right behind him is Darren McMullen, then it's Trevor Farrar, and it's Michael Graham, Chris Jones, Marcus Hayes going nicely, car number 88, iconic number on that car, and John Hayes' car is on the side of it. Then it's Adam O'Mahony, Bobby Turley, Owen Cullen, Chris Grimes and Matt Devereaux. That's the order in the Alloy Repair Centre Fiesta STs. Maguire beginning to just inch away a little bit out front. Tim McQuaid second, Ross Barnes third, but definitely catching them now is the red car of Derek Graham. Derek Graham now closing in on Barnes, and Barnes is dropping back just a little bit from the lead group, lead 2 I should say. Again, two very different lines there. Barnes going very wide, a tighter line on the exit favoured by Derek Graham, and he's definitely closing in on Barnes now. Here they come down to 7A and B, closes in again on the brakes. It's going to be a battle on very shortly here for third place. Here we go down the main straight under the Alfa Romeo bridge one more time. We're just waiting for the lap times to come through. Another fastest lap for Maguire now, 2:03.654. McQuaid just 3/10 slower on a 2:03.998. Derek Graham is in the 4s now, but he did it 3 earlier, remember. So it's Maguire, McQuaid, Barnes, Graham, Connaughey, Roy White, Darren McMullen, Trevor Farrar, Michael Graham, Chris Jones, Marcus Hayes, Adam O'Mahony, Bobby Turley, Owen Cullen, Chris Grimes and Matt Devereaux, and they're all clear through at the end of that lap. So Derek Graham just hanging on now to Ross Barnes, who's stabilised. Went a bit quicker last time around. They're both in the 2:04 bracket, so he's not really catching up anymore. That's Adam O'Mahony there, just newly wrapped. That car looks superb. Bobby Turley next up. There's Owen Cullen in the Accident Repair Centre and Alloy Repair Centre car. Great drone shot going out onto the International. That Lola corner very close to turn 3, as you can see there. Owen Graham gets the run on the way out of Lola. We saw it coming there. Ross Barnes tries to give him the squeeze, but the job is done. Derek Graham with a cleaner run on the way out there. Just got up the inside. Nothing Ross Barnes can do about that, and Derek Graham moves up to third place. Derek Graham's a bit like Alistair Kellett, does most of his overtaking on the exit of corners. He's not a great man for a lunge or contact or anything like that, always uses the head. And Ross Barnes defended a little bit on the way in and a little bit wide on the way out. That's all Derek Graham needed, just motored by him on the way out. A little bit bouncy going through. These cars used to be known as having the ST hops, but the shocks have been upgraded slightly to a better gas shock, and the cars don't hop around as much as they used to. They've also got a limited slip differential, so you don't have to balance the wheel spin as much as you did. And the driver's telling me the cars are much nicer to drive as a result. So Graham up to third place now. Let's see if he can get make any progress up towards the front, because the two LOH cars definitely easing away. Maguire with a 4-1, McQuaid with a 4-7, Derek Graham with a 4-5, a 6-2 for Barnes, 5-3 for Jack Conaghy, 5-1 for Roy White, 5-5 for Darragh McMullen, 5-5 for Trevor Farrar, 5-9 for Michael Graham, 6-4 for Chris Jones. And it's Adam O'Mahony, Marcus Hayes, Bobby Turley, Owen Cullen through. And it's just Chris Grimes and young Matt Devereaux. All a little bit stalemate up front. Certainly David McGuire in the Beacon car, still easing away. 1.4 seconds to the good last time round. And McQuaid, then Derek Graham. Ross Barnes now dropping into the clutches of young Conaghy, who's bringing Roy White with him in the Murray Motorsport car. Down the outside goes Conaghy. Ross Barnes lets him go and then leaves him out on the outside. Roy White will be looking to get up the inside, hops the curb, which slows him a little bit. Conaghy might be able to hang on. I think he just about will if he closes the door around now. He doesn't, he leaves it open. Gentlemanly, leaves him racing room. Ross Barnes gets up the inside. That will allow Ross Barnes to get away. So this won't suit Ross Barnes at all. Won the championship last year. He's back to fourth place now. Remember, this is the same as the ZTEC reverse grid. Whoever comes sixth, which would be Roy White at the moment, will get pole position for race 2. Up the inside this time. Roy White has got the place, but Conaghy might get it back this time. Up the inside on the way out onto the main straight, and has got the job done before the start finish line. All that of course will allow Barnes to get away though. Those guys are racing to not get pole. The winner of this race doesn't get pole. It's a big difference between finishing 6th and 7th in a Fiesta Race One. 6th will give you pole, 7th will give you 7th on the grid. Roy White is not for backing out there. They're giving each other racing room. It's good to see. I don't know whether this is as a result of Drew Furlong's briefings, where he actually explains that you can't shovel people off at the edge of a corner. You will be persecuted for it. But certainly the saloon car racing standards have got better in Mondello Park in recent years. It's great to see that little bit of racing room. The minis were ahead of their time, the juniors, but now certainly that's transferring. And maybe the junior drivers are reaching age and coming into the senior classes, bringing better driving standards with them. Who knows? ST's out there with still 3 minutes to go, 3.5 minutes to go, looking very good for Dave. Gap not really going out though, and matching him in times now, in fact, is Tim McQuaid. So it's Maguire, McQuaid and Graham in top 3, then it's Barnes, Conaghy and Roy White going like he's going to get that 6th place finish. Here comes McMullen coming up to Roy White, and if there is a master of finishing 6th and taking pole for race 2, it's Darragh McMullen, and he's woken up now and he's motored up behind Roy White on the final lap. All it will take is one big lunge and he'll get his pole position for race 2, and he's very, very good at working that, is Darragh McMullen. Barnes, Conaghy. There's Roy White, 32, heading for pole position if he can hold off Darragh McMullen, who's on a charge here on the final lap in 7th place. 2 minutes 45 still to go though. We're not there just yet, so we will have another lap or two. Ross Barnes trying really hard, but just not the pace to stay with the front runners just yet. Somebody off in the background. That's McMullen. It's not the final lap by mistake. There's still a few laps to run, but certainly it is still the battle for 6th. And Connaughey now running a little bit wide there. The front tyre is probably beyond their best on all these cars as we're 4 laps into the international circuit. 6 laps, sorry, of the international circuit done. 2 minutes 22 to go. 84% of the race completed. Waves yellows down at turn 1. Trevor Ferrar's off on the outside. Watch the left-hand side here. Can't quite see it, but Trevor Ferrar's in the gravel just there in the Ferrar Motors car. Just out of shot. That's why we've got waves, yellow flags. No overtaking in that zone until you see a green flag at the exit of that corner. There's Derek Graham down at turn 3 in the plain red car. Good run from him. He's got by Barnes and got away. There's a great shot. That's him getting out of the car there. Don't know, was he helped or what happened? That's an unusual angle. It looks like he was almost trying to rejoin and the car dug in. So Trevor Ferrar, very experienced, always goes well. We always say he's the first of the privateers. Having a look around, no damage. And the fact that he was looking at the front left, I wonder was there a puncture or something that sent him in there. Oh, Maguire, beautiful balance on the car, just hopping there, and the inside wheel slightly lifting off the ground through Lola corner, really on the edge of adhesion as he comes through that long left-hander there. McMullen's dropped back just a fraction now from Roy White, who looks very safe in that 6th place. 1 minute 15 to go. They will get one more lap, I would imagine, after this one. They should surely be here by 1:15. Let's have a look. Leader coming back up towards us now. 3rd gear coming towards Bahrain's Bends. That could be a difficult corner later on in the race in a front-wheel drive car. Cars will wash out through the first bit because the front tyres are past their best. But no doubt LOH have a good setup on them. Some top teams running cars in this team. LOH Motorsport, Murray Motorsport, a few more. And Jack Connaughey there, run by his dad, Noel Connaughey, under the Connaughey Motorsport banner. Gets the car tucked in nicely there. He'll still be on the front row for race 2 if he finishes where he is. So, because McMullen just dropping back a small bit from the Ross Barnes looking almost a touch ragged for Ross Barnes. Hops the car over the inside curb and then oversteer on the outside curb. Jack Connaughey defending heavily there for that place. There goes Maguire to start another lap. 2:04.455 for him that time around. So it's a second off his fastest lap, but as we said, it's getting towards the end of this race. Fiesta ST lap record is, let's have a quick look and see if we're anywhere near it. It's to Max Turley. No, it's 2:02.653, so it's actually a full second quicker than Dave Maguire's fastest lap. So they go through Campion corner, turn 2, named after John Campion, for the final time. The clock is at 0, so this is it. And that's the battle for pole in race 2. Connaughey versus Roy White. Ironically enough, it's the only battle on the track you don't want to win. You want to stay in 4th place, 6th place, and take that pole for race 2 if you can. But it's going to be one of those two, I would imagine, that will take that pole position. It gets a little bit dark around over the international. Yeah, a little bit of rain coming here on the window as well. Yeah, the rain is coming. You can see it there. Look at the haze at the top of your screen. It's quite clear over the national circuit. I'm not suggesting it's Spa-Francorchamps and we have different weather at different parts of the circuit, but certainly the clouds are almost bypassing us here and going there. You can see them from the drone. Look at that hazy weather out over the loop. The rain coming down quite heavily now on this, the final lap. Let's see where our leader is, Dave Maguire. Heading for yet another Alloy Repair Centre Fiesta ST Championship win. It's him coming towards us. It is. We can see the ex-Michael Cullen car with the tricolour on the roof. Still has the Beacon Hospital men's health check on the bonnet. Through the right-hander, through the left-hander, distinctive red LOH number plate on that car. Great drive by Maguire. Just got up the inside of Tim McQuaid, eased out that gap and kind of held it there at 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds. It's getting very wet though. The rain beginning to hammer down out there. That will change conditions completely. McQuaid looks good in second. Derek Graham in 3rd. Barnes being caught now though by Connaughey, who gets sideways out there and stands on the bar to pull it back straight. This is it, final corner, and it is proper heavy rain here at Mondello Park now. No mistakes for anyone, but Connaughey under big pressure from Roy White, and McMullen not too far away. This is for pole position in the next race. Whoever loses that scrap gets it, ironically enough. It's checkered flag for the winner. Oh, McMullen launches it up the inside of Roy White, up over the inside curb, door-to-door stuff. That will put him up to 6th place. I did suggest that was going to happen. Does he do it? Let's see who gets it. It's Darragh McMullen on the last corner, last lap. I'll have my usual pole for race 2. Thank you very much. That's good driving, good timing, and good thinking from Darragh McMullen there to grab second place. Roy White will be wondering just exactly what happened. Race 2 will have Darragh McMullen and Jack Conaghy on the front row, Ross Barnes and Derek Graham on row 2, and Tim McQuaid and championship leader David Maguire on row 3. There he goes, number 2 in the Beacon Hospital car. David Maguire takes yet another win and increases his championship lead in the Alloy Repair Centre Fiesta ST Championship. Tim McQuaid, a great drive to second place, so it's a 1-2 for LOH Motorsport. Then Derek Graham, Ross Barnes, Jack Conaghy, Darragh McMullen rounding out the top 6. Then Roy White, Michael Graham, Marcus Hayes, Bobby Turley, Chris Jones, Adam O'Mahony and Owen Cullen. We're just waiting for Chris Grimes now and for Matt Devereux, who's having difficult conditions for his first race. Doesn't look, it's a lot worse than you can see on the screen. It actually looks reasonable on the screen. I can barely see out the windows of the commentary box, luckily enough. I commentate on a monitor when we're live streaming, and not from what I can see out the windows of commentary. Matt Devereux comes down to finish his first car race and take his first signature on his licence, so well done to him. Very welcome addition to the class. The car beautifully turned out. And that, ladies and gents, is the first Fiesta ST race of the day here at Mondello Park on the Beacon Hospital live stream. Next up is going to be Formula Boss Ireland Championship. Not great conditions for Boss Ireland. They'll all have to fit wet tyres and loosen off shock absorbers and roll bars and stuff like that. I'm sure they're all working feverishly on them. You can see the 2 Leastone cars, the Paul Heavey cars, already out on the apron down there. But we certainly will be going racing again in a few minutes' time here at Mondello Park. We're just going to take a quick commercial break now on the Beacon Hospital live stream. We'll be back in a few minutes after these messages from our commercial partners.
This car goes from 60. No, sorry.
Send me this car.
Quando è stata l'ultima volta che ti sei innamorato? You should try it.
The all-new Alfa Romeo Jr. Learn to love again.
Introducing Castrol Edge, formulated to deliver at least 30% improved performance versus tough industry limits. Performance achieved throughout the engine, including the pistons, turbo, and valve train. Its Power Boost technology combines contact performance additives that dynamically respond on the surfaces of fast-moving engine components with high-quality advanced full synthetic base oils. Power Boost technology gives drivers the confidence to demand more power and acceleration when they need it most.
So we're back and it's Boss Ireland, or Formula Boss Ireland as they call it, out on track. The fastest cars here all weekend. These guys were talking about an attack on the outright lap record because Sylvie Mullins in the Formula 1 engine Gould car wasn't far off the outright lap record. Now I'm not talking about the Formula Boss Ireland lap record, I am talking about the outright lap record at Mondello Park. It was set in 2006 by Johnny Lawson in a Formula 1 car. So a Formula 1 car has that record when the UK Boss class were over here back in 2006, 10th of September 2006, and the lap time is 128.708. Now they can't get near that today, obviously, because not now, because the track is wet. But Sylvie Mullen did a 31 in qualifying and reckoned he could go quite a lot quicker. He has the lap record on the national track and he wanted it on this track. So let's have a look at the grid for Boss Ireland. It is Sylvie Mullins on pole position in the Jordan 191 livery Gould car. Then Tony Greenan alongside. Tony Greenan, really quick driver. 2 warm-up laps, in case you're wondering what's happened. Tony Greenan, F3 car. Delara, Mercedes powered. Then it's Dara Daly, who's been going so well. He's had a win here recently in that car, the World Series. Michael Connolly in a similar car. Michael Roach, F3 mounted. Noel Robinson, F3 mounted. Daniel Fardy. And then Mark Reed, first of the Tiddlers. Mark Reid, very committed racer, ex-Formula V, and goes really well in these locally built Leastone cars. Then Gary Graham in the F3, Stephen Larkham in the sports car, Roisin Sweeney and Noel Roddy. Roisin Sweeney, known to us, of course, from karting. She's a former Motorsport Ireland T4 karting championship, but she also races with the Nordic Spirit car in Global GT Lights here at Mondello Park and in Kyrgyzstan. Local lady from Nace having her first taste of a single-seater race. Thanks to Paul Heavey. Paul Heavey, very, very good support to young drivers, often giving them tests and giving loads of backup, loads of support and almost education to them when they're racing with him. And Mark Reid helping to run the car. So Roisin having a lot of fun out here today, but it would be difficult conditions. That's her, the white car, the Selco.ie car, distinctive white helmet. She's in the sister car to Mark Reid, but Mark Reid has been racing these cars for years and absolutely wrings the neck of them. So he's just ahead as they come down here. I'm not sure if they're on slicks or wets. I'm told slicks is someone being nodded at here and told actually, well, Paul Heavey lives out that direction towards it there, towards the Hill of Allen, and actually it is cleared up, so maybe he gets the info even before. Probably rang home and asked Mary what's the weather like out there to see if there's any rain coming, because it's cleared all of a sudden and it's sunshine all of a sudden. It doesn't look like it on your screen, it looks like it out my window looking down at turn 3. So let's see whether they're on wets or slicks. I thought I saw wets on Sylvie Mullen's car, but I'm not so sure. He lit them up just as I looked down, but we'll know soon enough when they get going, because if the track dries out, which it should in 15 minutes if there's no more rain, those wets will chunk straight away, whereas the slicks will eventually come up to heat. That said, the slicks will be very hard to manage. The slicks will be very hard to manage in the initial laps because it's very, very greasy out there. And speaking to the drivers here on Friday after testing, there was a massive drift event here last week, and they only really used Castrol and Campion, those 2 corners, but they said they were dangerously greasy. Even in the dry there wasn't much grip, but when it rained a little bit, absolutely zero grip. So it will be tough conditions for some of these guys. So these cars, great stuff. A crowd favours some very, very quick cars. Formula 1 engine in the back of that Judd Formula 1 engine in the back of Sylvie Mullen's car. Sylvie came to us from hill climbing. He's very clever, very committed, very talented, and he will put a concerted effort in if we get a dry race later on today to have a go at that outright lap record. Wouldn't it be wonderful to see a new outright lap record at Mondello Park? Once again, Noel Roddy's also out there. I'm not sure. I think he's in John Naylor's Formula 4 2000, which should be at the back. I don't see him. Oh, no sign of Noel Roddy there. So Sylvie Mullen lines up that beautiful 7-Up livery car on pole position. Tony Greenan alongside him, really strong driver, won the championship last year, loves this racing, goes quite well. Then Dara Daly, Michael Connolly in the Connolly's Top Line car. That's the championship sponsor, Connolly's Top Line. He's the second row of the grid. Another really good driver, has won a race outright in a Radical before, goes really well in that car. Then Michael Roach, a stalwart Boss competitor, Noel Robinson, Daniel Fardy, Mark Reid, Gary Graham, Stephen Larkham, Roisin Sweeney, and somebody else. Gary Graham just pulling up at the back. He's out of grid position, I think. Are we waiting for somebody else? No. We're going to go. Red lights are on. And they're all on slicks, you know. Oh, except Connolly. Watch Connolly go. Roisin Sweeney stalled on the line, but she's got it going again. Very easy to stall those bike engine cars. Surprised she's very well able to get the global off the line. They're quite difficult, and it looks like that car's not going to go anywhere. That's Dara Daly. Look at it. Oh, they have got it going, I think. Yeah. Loads of wheel spin as he heads away. He'll be worth watching. Very spectacular driver, Dara Daly. That was Noel Roddy, I think, just arriving. I'm not sure what was happening there. Noel didn't take the grid and didn't take the start. He was still on the warm-up lap, perhaps. So I'm not so sure, but let's see how this one progresses as they come back down towards the main arena for the first time. They look like they're all on slicks. Mark Connolly isn't in third place, so he might be able to grab the lead here early on. Should get the traction on the way up the hill. Watch him there on the outside. But Greenan not just handing that one away. Can he sit right around the outside? He should be able to. No, Greenan doesn't give him any space at all. Connolly trying to get back to the inside. Tony Greenan more interested in warming up the slicks than letting a wet shod car past him. He holds the inside line down into 7A and B now. Very sideways stuff as he tries to switch back to the inside, and again he's very sideways, very, very sideways. There's no shortage of commitment from Connolly here, standing on the power, probably a little bit too impatient almost with the power as he tries to get by. Oh, Greenan goes around, the champion of the class spins off, takes Connolly with him. They're both on the grass on the outside. Connolly manages to carry the speed on the grass, gets back on, but comes back on right in front of a group of 3 other cars, whereas Greenan looks like he is stranded on the outside of the track, and there'll definitely be a safety car at the very least for that one because he is in the firing line on the exit of Bahrain's Benz there. Oh, he's got it back going again. Great stuff from Greenan, good recovery. So the order as they go by us eventually is Sylvie Mullins by a country mile from Michael Roach. Great first lap from Michael Roach. Then Daniel Faherty, Noel Robinson, Michael Connolly, Mark Reed doing the usual giant killing act. He's in with the F3 cars. Oh, Connolly's off again on the outside in Castrol Corner. He keeps it going though. Does keep the momentum up well and gets out of the gravel trap and rejoins one more time. That'll have dropped him back even more stuff. So a fraught first lap for the championship sponsor there. He was in 5th when he went through there, but I think he's probably back down to about 8th now, 7th or 8th. That's Gary Graham going through, I think. Mark Reed. Then it's Connolly. Then it's Larkham, Graham, Daly, Sweeney, Greenan and Roddy it was last time round. There's Dara Daly beginning to catch cars now. There's the leader, that beautiful 7-Up livery. And there is already a semblance of a dry line there as Sylvie Mullins steers that car in, gets the nose into the apex, gets on the power. It would be so easy to spin any of these cars. They've got huge power, staying off the curbs. They can be like glass here at Mandela Park in wet conditions, still leaving a trail though as he comes back up there. That's Michael Connolly and Mark Reed we're looking at from overhead. Great sound effects there as Sylvie Mullins opens the taps and blasts by to start another lap. Michael Roach goes through in 2nd place, Faherty in 3rd place, Noel Robinson in 4th place. Then it's Michael Connolly and Mark Reed still killing slaying giants in the Little Leastone. And Dara Daly all the way from the back, and he was way back. He's flying. Dara Daly goes through 51.590. Fastest lap is to Michael Roach, you know, 50.602. That's almost a second quicker than Sylvie Mullins that time round. So Michael Roach going really nicely in 2nd place, but he's 7 seconds back from the leader. So watching them out on the international loop again one more time. Already down at out the international loop and heading back up towards Bahrain's Benz to the right and left. I would imagine once it dries a little bit, he's able to push more. He will be able to stabilise and increase that gap. Perhaps somebody off down at turn 3. I think that's possibly Michael Connolly. Two F3 cars having a battle there as Faraday holds off Noel Robinson. Robinson gets down the inside of the Global Oil car, gets the job done nicely there and takes that place away. That puts him up to 3rd place. There's the car that was off. It is indeed Michael Connolly. It's that car obviously a handful in these conditions. He's been off 3 or 4 times and we know he's got good car control. He's a really quick driver, so I don't know if there's something wrong there, or I thought I saw him on wet tyres at the start and maybe they're just not working for him at all, but there you go. It's Mullins leading. No, Michael Roach faster again, 47.2. He is a second quicker again, and he slashes the gap from 7 seconds down to 5.9. So Michael Roach on a big charge here in second place, and he is catching Sylvie Mullins hand over fist. Fastest lap, Dara Daly now, 145.692. He is way quicker than anybody else on track. We did think that might happen. Dara Daly on an absolute charge. We'll see him. There's the leaders, and there's the gap between them. You can see it now. Sylvie Mullins on the left of your screen. Michael Roach on a big charge, catching him in the F3 car. But they're doing a 48 and a 47 respectively. 45.692, fastest lap to Dara Daly. Daly on a massive charge. We just caught a fleeting glance from here. He's just behind these cars, but pushing very hard. And in true Daly family tradition, there he is, and it's straight on your screen now. That bright blue car. He's hanging the tail out everywhere, throwing the car in. He's a very spectacular driver to watch. Certainly more of a Gilles Villeneuve than an Alain Prost if you're of a certain age, but he manhandles the car around the place, and it's always absolutely fantastic to watch. I think that's a family trait. Dan Daly was always a little bit like that, grabbing the car by the scruff and throwing it around, and Martin Daly certainly was always great, spectacular driver here at Mondello Park. But Dara Daly wouldn't have massive mileage under his belt, but he's very quick, and he's showing us that here today. Clearly quicker than anybody else. Leaders coming around to the top of your screen to complete a lap as that battle still goes on. That's Greenan now trying to get back at is that Dara Daly? Sorry, is that who's that he's trying to oh, it's Mark Reed, I think. Gets up alongside him there. Certainly would have way more power than the Little Leaston, which just has a 1-litre engine, but nobody told Mark Reed. Gets back alongside again. Sylvie Mullins goes quicker, 45.7. Michael Roach says, okay, here's a 44 dead. Fastest lap, Michael Roach, but smashed again by Dara Daly, 42.747. He is 2 seconds faster than anybody else on the track. Well, 1.7 actually faster than Michael Roach. He's considerably faster than everybody else. Tony Greenan has done the fastest first sector though, which is interesting. Mark Reed with a little bit of smoke from the back of the Leastone there, I think. Just down into turn 1. Might have been a locked wheel, we're not sure. We'll keep an eye on that. Let's hope there's no problems. That's Roisin Sweeney just going through there now. Bit of a baptism of fire for Roisin. Very difficult conditions, greasy track and slick racing tyres. She's plenty of karting experience though. Oh, Mark Reed absolutely on the power early, wringing the neck of the Leastone as he always does. Reed running in 7th place now because Greenan's got ahead of him in the F3 car. Shot there of 7A, 7B and Southside Motor Factors corner, and indeed the access road and gate 5 that's rarely used at Mondello Park, right at the top of your screen. And that is Greenan closing down Daniel Faraday, I think. Indeed it is. Mullins goes through 39. The times are falling. It's getting dry. 39.3 for Mullins that time. 39.4 for Michael Roach. The gap stabilised now at 4.2 seconds. What can Dara Daly do? He's coming out of Southside now. So Robinson goes through. 41.7 for Dara Daly, so slower than the leaders for the first time. 41.718 is the personal best, but it doesn't compare with a 39.3 for Sylvie Mullins. Faraday and Reed going through there to start another lap. That's Roisin Sweeney we're looking at there. That's the leader just putting a lap on her in the little 1-litre Leastone. Roisin very experienced on track, and she's moving way out of the lane, just offline there to allow Michael Roach through. Doesn't impede him at all because he's still closing down the leader. In fact, look at that in one shot. You can see them both on the right hand side of your screen. Sylvie Mullins now just 4.2 seconds was the gap. It's a lot less now. In fact, it's closing. Look at this from the drone shot. They're almost together. They are together coming back up the hill. Is there a problem? For Sylvie Mullins, I suspect there must be. He wouldn't have dropped that much time. 5 seconds in one lap, 4.2 actually. So I didn't see him get out of shape. Just all of a sudden going slower than he was, Sylvie Mullins. But the gap is Roach gone out of our shot? There's a tight shot we're on now, but I didn't see him coming in behind him there just as he closed up. Let's see. Now he's gone. Second place man is gone. He must have got giddy. He was almost within swiping distance. Not sure where he is. Maybe the drone can find him. There he is. Not sure where that is. Oh, he's back going on the road. Ah, he's going really slowly. I thought it might be a spin. It's obviously a mechanical problem. That is such a shame. Well, that was a heroic drive by Michael Roach. Really good. He hauled in Sylvie Mullins, and just when he got him, the car sat down on him. He's heading for the pit lane now, unfortunately. Sylvie Mullins puts another one in at 39.8. Sorry, no, 44 dead that time. Oh, there's a 38.5 fastest lap again. Guess who? Correct. Dara Daly. Fastest lap there. That car appears to be stopped at the top of pit lane. There it is in the drone, and that's going to be an issue. I'm not sure if there are any marshals there. They're probably on the wrong side of the track. So that car is actually blocking the pit lane. So there's a few people up there, but nobody can get down. I don't think to gather. A couple of people look like they're just having a look at it or filming it maybe, but they're not pushing it back down. But they're spectators, in fact, so they wouldn't be able to get around there anyway. So the order is Mullins, Robinson, and up to third place, incredibly, Dara Daly with fastest lap, 138.500. There's Mullins now all on his own. 7-Up Jordan livery and Tic Tacs as it had on the 1991 Jordan. Gary Graham goes through. Everybody up a place now because of the demise of Michael Roach. There's our leader coming out of the final corner. Southside Motor Factors, 2 minutes 34 still to go. Just blasted by Noel Roddy in the Van Diemen. Right out to the outside. Gets tucked back in. Daly, Robinson, Greenan. Completely bright now out over the loop. In fact, a little bit of sunshine coming in over turn 3. Track is definitely not fully dry just yet. The time's 39s. They qualified at 31. It's a big gap, but Dara Daly on a massive charge still here. He's up to second place now ahead of Noel Robinson. 10 seconds is all he is behind Sylvie Mullins, but there's only a minute and a half to go. But last time round he was 8 seconds faster. This could be worth watching, you know, because Dara Daly's not going to ease off. I don't think that's not in the Daly family vocabulary. Sylvie Mullins seems to be nursing it a little bit, certainly in terms of the lap times he was capable of doing. That's it, the top of the screen. This is it we're looking at now, isn't it? I think it is, yeah. They're both on the same straight. We will get another lap after this. Dara Daly could win this race. Remember, he stalled. He sat on the grid and everybody drove away. So Dara Daly, there he is at the bottom of your screen. He's catching the leader now, hand over fist. There's our leader, top of the screen. Watch out for this, and we'll just keep an eye behind him because Dara Daly's closing him down at a rate of knots. He's starting to push. I think he knows the story. There we are. Oh, big arm full of opposite lock as Dara Daly stands on the loud pedal. He can smell a win here. Blast by the start-finish line. Another fastest lap. There you go, lads. 36.788. He takes another 6 seconds out of Sylvie Mullins, and we are on the final lap. This is it, guys. Sylvie Mullins coming out of Campion Corner. Dara Daly drifting through Campion Corner. And Gary Graham puts his hand in the air there and moves out of the way, which Sylvie Mullins will be very thankful for, because if he's going to win this one, he's got to get the hammer down. But Dara Daly on a massive charge here. It was 3.7. Oh, Gary Graham almost went the wrong way there. That could have been very close. But here's Dara Daly now at the S's heading up the hill. Kennedy's Rise for the final time. Sylvie Mullins opens the throttles on the big Judd engine, but it's not enough. And Dara Daly blasts up to the back of him and slodges it down the inside like a Formula V race. He's gone way back. And Dara Daly says, thanks very much, I'll have the lead. I don't think there's anything Sylvie can do. Can he do anything in a straight line here? Oh, Sylvie comes back at him certainly and goes later on the brakes down into 7A. This is great stuff from Boss Ireland. Through the second corner 7B and back up the hill. I don't think Sylvie Mullins is completely done just yet. Dara Daly thinks the same and goes to the centre of the road briefly. Well, if this is a drag race to the line, who would you put your money on? Sylvie has woken up. I think he's realised that's his lead gone. He had certainly eased off the last few laps. He's not easing off now. They're both going at it. 2 corners to go. Nordic Spirit corner for the last time, up over the inside curb. Oh, commitment from Dara Daly. Sylvie Mullins the exact same. Mullins closing him down on the brakes. It is going to be a drag race to the line. Is an F1 engine enough to get by this car? I don't think so. Daly wags the tail. Mullins comes at him on a straight line. He's certainly quicker, but just hanging on for the win is Dara Daly at his drive of the day so far, certainly for me, from Dara Daly. And Sylvie Mullins not handing it over without a big scrap there on the last lap. Well, that was highly entertaining stuff. Well done, Dara Daly. So yeah, fantastic stuff there. The rest of them coming down towards the checkered flag. Checkered flag for most of the drivers, just sorting themselves out. Dara Daly hand aloft there on his slowdown lap. Here's Roisin Sweeney down to take the checkered flag for a first single-seater race in the Leastone. Oh, 53.2, personal best by 3 seconds from Roisin on the last lap. So she's got another race to have a go at later on, but she's slicing her times down there. So Michael Roach and Connolly are the 2 that are missing there, unfortunately. But yeah, good entertainment there. Dara Daly, what a race. Well done, Dara Daly. Sylvie Mullins second, Noel Robinson third, then it's Tony Green and Daniel Fardy, Stephen Larkham, Mark Reid, Gary Graham, Noel Roddy and Roisin Sweeney, the order in that one. Great shot there, Sylvie Mullins on the slowdown lap. He gave us all the entertainment early on, rocketed away. Michael Roach was catching him, wasn't he? Great job from Michael Roach too, but the car just stopped on him coming in off the international loop, and he had to coast to the pit lane. But Sylvie Mullins was caught on the last lap and passed by the charging Dara Daly, but did he fight back? Sylvie Mullins almost getting it on the run to the line. And look at the Dalys in the pit lane. All the Dalys out delighted, they're jumping up and down there for the winner, Dara Daly, as he comes back in. There's a big crew of them there that done Shockland Dailies, and they will be very, very happy with that. They have many, many Mondello Park trophies in their houses over that neck of the woods, and certainly there's another one to go with it, and a well-earned one as Dara Daly heads up towards Park Ferme. There's Sylvie Mullins coming back through. And Noel Robinson, who was third place in Northern Ireland Visitor. So the drone shot certainly helping us out today here at Mondello Park in terms of coverage and chasing up when cars stop. We can find them in 2 seconds with the drone, so great stuff. Katie doing a great job operating that drone from out on the international loop area there somewhere. So Marshall's just perhaps picking up some bits, checking the track there. There you go, great entertainment from Formula Boss Ireland. What a drive. Let's not forget that Dara Daly stalled that car off the line. It took him quite a while to start it, so he came from way, way back for that one, and it gave us all the entertainment as a result. Let's have a quick commercial break before we get the Irish legends back on track.
Electric.
Sometimes when you get to where nobody is supposed to follow you, people actually start to do it. Well, unless you go too far. The new Jeep Avenger, now available in e-hybrid for Freedom followers.
So welcome back to Mondello Park. The legends back out for yet another race. Race 2 of the day. They had 3 races yesterday as well, so getting plenty of mileage, the legends. Lee Malone will start this on pole position from Gordon Brown, Willie Lawrence, Michael Barrable, Derek Hogan, Declan Burke, Scott Jackson, Jonathan Patterson, Sylvie Bartlett, James Byrne, Dennis Lambert, Richie Power, Nico Frank, who went so well last time out, and Richard Spence. After race 1, the championship positions have already been done. Thank you to the organisers for sending me this. Scott Jackson leads the championship from Lee Malone, Nico Frank in 3rd place, and he's top rookie. Then Declan Burke, William Lawrence, Gordon Brown, Sylvie Bartlett, Seamus Ryan, Derek Hogan, Michael Barrable and Richard Spence. So per race, first gets 200 points, second gets 185 points, third gets 170 and so on. Goes right down 2 points to 14th place. All to race for now, they're telling me. So great stuff from the legends as they head back out again. The grid's a little bit random. They swapped them around during the day, so everybody gets a chance up the front. The cars all very, very equal. and it's quite difficult to get through. And you see a lot of shuffling in the early laps, because if you're down the back and you're quick, you need to get up there in case somebody quick gets to the front and makes a break. Although it's unusual anybody makes a break in these cars. Not that expensive if you want to get into them. They're 1200cc engines, sequential gearbox, direct drive to the back axle, and very enjoyable to drive. The Alfa Romeo Junior safety car pulls off. We should be ready to go. Lee Malone will be hard to beat in this one from the front row. Gordon Brown very quick as well. Michael Barrable on row 2 hasn't really shone this weekend just yet, so expect him to look for a result here. Always has loads of pace. Great grid of them coming up towards us around south side corner, so it's up to the front 2. They will dictate the speed coming back down towards us. Lee Malone and Gordon Brown on the front row in this one. Here they come. You'll hear the sound effects when they accelerate here, because they sound absolutely fantastic. And away we go. We're racing at Mondello Park. Lee Malone leads them away, heading down towards turn 1, Castrol Corner. In fact, just getting the jump was Gordon Brown. Malone goes back at him on the brakes. It's Brown who locks the wheel, goes slightly wide, and that allows Willie Lawrence up the inside. Good run from Lawrence. He's up to second. He's looking around the outside for the lead here. Holds on to second place. Michael Barrable there in 4th place, I think, as they head away down towards turn 3 for the first time. A good run by Willie Lawrence, trying to get down the outside the blue car there, but certainly it's pole man Lee Malone out front. Barrable all over the back of Gordon Brown there for 3rd and 4th place. Looks like Sylvie Mullins next up, and Scott Jackson perhaps. That's exactly who it is as they come back towards us. Shorter race than everybody else, because they have 3 races in one day. They just race for 8 minutes instead of 15 minutes, but always great entertainment. Out onto the international loop for the first time, and again we've seen this all day, people trying different lines to try and just scrub off as little speed as possible. Sylvie Bartlett on a charge, the ex-Formula V and Fiesta ST man, and going very nicely. He's got by Michael Barrable. Barrable tries to get back down the outside of him and does so on the brakes, but just about. Someone with a big lunge up the inside. That is it's Scott Jackson from well back on the grid, the champion, going very nicely. Number 1 gets by both of those guys on that lap and is pulling away. He's already in 3rd place, so danger in 3rd place. Great run on the opening lap. We've just done we've on our first lap, and he's come from way back. Let's see where he was on the grid. Row 4. Number 1 Scott Jackson started on row 4, so Lee Malone and Gordon Brown were on pole position as the legends come streaming back towards them. Michael Barrable's off. Whatever happened there, he's gone around. That's very unusual. I wonder if he got a little bit of help. He doesn't normally make mistakes. That's put him way back. That's twice this weekend Michael Barrable spun on the opening lap of an Irish Legends race. Right up to the inside, and then hard on the power as they come down the straight. Great sound effects as they just feed the gears to these bike engine machines. And down the outside goes number 1. Can he get the job done around the outside of Willie Lawrence? He can, you know, right around the outside of Castrol Corner. That gives him the inside for Campion Corner, named after John Campion, right out to the exit curb. And he's up to 2nd place now, and looking in his mirrors will be Lee Malone going, is that Scott from all the way back? Indeed it is. So we could get a good battle in this one. 5.5 minutes still to run out of an 8-minute race for Irish Legends. Change for the lead already, and number 1 takes the lead now. Good, a little bit of smoke from. They tend to smoke a little bit on warm days. It's definitely getting a little bit warmer out there. The rain has disappeared. Let's hope it stays that way. That said, the wind is still quite strong, so it could blow a bit of rain towards us again. Hopefully not. But Scott Jackson going beautifully in this one. Just came through with apparent ease. Has now taken the lead. That's Bartlett with a little bit of opposite lock going through the second bit of Bahrain's bends. He's up to 4th place. So good run from Sylvie Bartlett. He started, where did Sylvie Bartlett start? Back on row 5, so he's made good progress. That's Michael Barrable up and going again, but he's back down in 14th place, number 18. So we should see a quick lap time there, although they do tend to bump draft each other and slipstream a little bit, so that's where the quickest lap times are done. But let's see what Michael Barrable can do once he gets up and running. Here we go across the line. It's Scott Jackson leading. Fastest lap, obviously 57.832 as he goes by. Nobody getting near that just yet. It's Lee Malone, Willie Lawrence, Sylvie Bartlett, Gordon Brown, Nico Frank up to 6th place from all the way at the back. He's ahead of Declan Burke and James Byrne on that lap. Then Richie Power, Richard Spence, Jonathan Patterson, Derek Hogan, Dennis Lambert and Michael Barrable. And Michael Barrable is quicker than everybody except 4 cars. He's 5th fastest lap that time round, Michael Barrable. So let's see how he's close enough. He's within 6/10 of Dennis Lambert going by us, so he'll be up a place pretty quickly. He hasn't done it just yet out of turn 3. We saw him at the top of the screen there. That's Sylvie Bartlett, distinctive car because it looks kind of like a van. It's a saloon as opposed to a coupe in terms of the body shapes. You're allowed 2 body shapes in these little legends. Great fun if you ever get a chance to have a spin on one of them. They're good fun to drive. Anyone that drives them loves them. Great community amongst them too, and POB carries a full stock of spares. In fact, in his workshop he's got what looks like a production line for these cars. He's got a jig and everything, does pretty much everything in-house. Very easy to deal with, absolute gent. And anyone that runs with them there, they just love their motor racing. They've got a great little community. Bartlett launches it up over the inside curb there. He's trying to get by Willie Lawrence. Going very well, Sylvie Bartlett, in this little car. He was in briefly in Fiesta STs and went very well in one of them, but then was offered a Legend, bought that and is completely addicted now. Sideways stuff from Willie Lawrence as he tries to hang on in front of Bartlett. Both of these cars visibly being driven hard, both pushing very, very hard there. Little bits of opposite lock and up over curbs. Great to see it. But it's Scott Jackson, Lee Malone, Willie Lawrence, Sylvie Bartlett. Bartlett goes around, out over the curb there, onto the grass and circulates. I was just saying that they were on the ragged edge, both Bartlett and Willie Lawrence. But around he went, just went wide out onto the grass, and very difficult to stop it from going around. It was a long, lazy spin as a result, but he had been going so well in 4th place. That's going to drop him right back. That brings the top rookie, Nico Frank, up to 5th place. He started 14th on the grid, Nico Frank. He's up to 4th place, so great stuff. That really is a good run. 58.9 as well. He's in the 58s. There are only 2 drivers in the 58 so far. 58 for Scott Jackson last time round and 58 for Nico Frank, but Scott Jackson was also done a 57 earlier in the race, which stands as the fastest lap. Fastest lap. The lap record here is a 57.1 to Peter Barrable, and Scott Jackson is only 7/10 off Peter Barrable's lap record. So the track is definitely back up to full dry racing conditions, and they're absolutely flying here. Jackson, Malone and Lawrence the order. 1 minute to go in this one. So probably on their last lap. Michael Barrable has made a place up ahead of Derek Hogan. Still hasn't got by, well, it hadn't got by Dennis Lambert when they had gone by us last time. So Lee Malone and Willie Lawrence now, having shaken off the attentions of Bartlett, is beginning to close down. Perhaps Lee Malone, Willie Lawrence closing him up there. Very tidy line through the first bit of Bahrain's bends, make you quicker on the way out. Good battle behind them between Gordon Brown and Nico Frank, who's having a real go in number 17. Brown goes to the inside to defend. Nico down the outside of the brakes, trying to get tucked back up the inside. That's exactly what he does to perfection. That is really good driving by Nico Frank there. He started that at the start of Bahrain's bends. It's a move that took 2 or 3 corners, and he did it superbly, and that will put him up to 4th place. In fact, it's going to be checkered flag. It is checkered flag last minute, just with seconds to go. Scott Jackson takes the checkered flag. I wasn't sure whether we were going to checker them on that occasion. We are. Scott Jackson wins, Lee Malone in 2nd, Willie Lawrence 3rd. A fantastic drive and top rookie from Nico Frank in 4th place. Then Gordon Brown, Declan Burke, Richie Power, Sylvie Bartlett, Michael Barrable. How many places did he gain in the last lap? 4. Richard Spence, Dennis Lambert, Jonathan Patterson, Derek Hogan and James Byrne. Great entertainment from legends, and they're not done just yet. We will see them back out on track later on again this afternoon. So great stuff from Irish legends, and Scott Jackson takes the win from mid-grid. Say it's getting ready to come out. Paul Parr going to take up pole position. Donald Downey alongside. Adrian McNally next up. Brian Berry, Victor Cullen, Stephen Wright, Barry English, Dave Maguire, Porrick McQuaid, Mark Turley. Watch out at the back for David Maguire Jr. and Max Turley. Two really quick drivers on the back of the grid, and they are both there. They're both going to be starting. So this should be a highly entertaining race, and we are live with the Beacon Hospital car of Victor Cullen. Shots as we can see them still on the national circuit. Then the long left-hander is the transfer corner. Old to new, as some people used to call it. Johnny Whelan, I'm looking at you. Up the hill then, weaving around, and we're on board there with Victor Cullen. See him weaving around left to right. Good run the first race for Victor. Let's see what he can do about this. That's Brian Berry in front of him. As we said, coming off the back of a great weekend in Brands Hatch, where he took a number of wins. In fact, he's inside that Autosport top 10 for wins, overall wins in the British Isles. Cullen's dad won that a couple of years back, so it counts every class in at every circuit across the UK and in Ireland. So one warm-up lap will come down. It's a standing start for the Sayets, so they'll be on the grid in just a couple of minutes' time. We'll be getting ready to go with Paul Parr on pole. He'll be hard to beat in this one, I'd imagine. But let's watch how quickly young Dave Maguire and Max Turley can come through from the back. Getting ready to go now. Good grid of these cars just coming together. Here's the shot. Watch for the lights on the Alfa Romeo bridge at the top of the screen as Max Turley lines up his car alongside David Maguire. We're on board of Victor Cullen. Victor grabs the steering wheel. There's the red lights come on. Away they go. It's a good start from Parr. It's a good start from Victor Cullen. And Donald Downey leads in this contact between, that looks like Berry and Parr on the inside. Hopefully they don't collect anybody when they rejoin. They don't. We're very lucky. Somebody having to come to a complete halt on the inside though. That was it Wright? I think it was. And in fact, we're going to get back going again with those two cars, so happy days. But Donald Downey leads this one out. This is his moment of glory. Reverse grid, remember, but there was a shunt behind him, and Donald Downey now leads down into turn 3. Oh, it's Paul Parr parking it up. Obviously a little bit of damage on that car. That's a shame. Paul Parr, good racer, very hard on track, and would have looked good in that one, I would have thought, from pole position. So we might watch that again if we get a chance, but let's see how we go. Somebody off on the outside there. Who's that? Right off backwards and into the barriers. McNally possibly, was it? Can't see the car from here. Let's see if we can zoom in on that car and see who it is. It's Adrian McNally. That's exactly who it is. That's what we spoke about with the back tyres being cold in the early laps. The cars can get a bit loose at the back and can be quite hard to control, but he's just gone off. Back end let go, couldn't control it. That'll neutralise the race. There'll certainly be a safety car, if not a stoppage. Oh, somebody else off on the outside. Who is that down at turn 3? Was that Mark Turley? I think it is. Yep. That was Mark Turley off down the outside and rejoined. That's Victor Cullen up to second, is he? Or is that possibly... I'll need to just regroup. It is. We're on board with Victor Cullen and we're second. Victor Cullen's now in second place. So he's weaving around behind Donald Downey. So everybody losing the head except for Donald Downey and Victor here. And looking quite good in this one now, Victor Cullen. Second place, tyres warmed up. There's McNally's car being towed back in. I have to say the recovery crews are doing a great job at Mondello Park this weekend. And they really are getting the cars. Look at that, getting the cars just yoinked out of the way. So McNally's car already back there. We should be ready to go racing. Not just yet. We're still under safety car. Donald Downey weaving around. There's the Alfa Romeo Ireland's Junior. Alpha Junior just joining them there. Yellow lights flashing on the roof to signal to the drivers behind them, indeed to us, that the race is neutralised. It's under safety car and that there will be no racing until those lights go off. Victor Cullen, calm and composed, second place. He should have the measure of Donald Downey in this one. Let's see who's behind him. Oh, David Maguire Senior. He won't be taking any prisoners. So Victor's got to jump early here. Really doesn't even try and get by Donald Downey. Donald won't give it away too easily. So this is going to be a good race. 12 minutes still to go. Long way to go in this one, and we will be going racing after this one. We don't have anybody else off. It's all cleared down at turn 1. It's all cleared at the back of the pits here at Bridgestone Corner. So great stuff, and we're on board with second place, man. So we'll get to see a real live restart. Let's try and, when we come out onto the main straight, we'll see if we can jump on board with Victor and see what it looks like from on board. There he is, VC on the helmet. On and off the brakes, moving around slowly. It's the rear tyres. You think it's the front tyres, but actually it's the rear tyres they're trying to heat on these cars. Lights are off on the Alfa Romeo safety car. We're going to go racing. Big moment for Donald Downey here. Okay, here we go. We're going to try and jump on board live with Victor. Here we go. Now we're on board with Victor Cullen live, and this is what a restart looks like at Mondello Park. Donald Downey in front. We're in second place. Stays high and wide here, down to second. Stays to stay on the rear bumper. Donald Downey has done. Up over the inside. He's got to run it, Downey, this time. Can he get down the outside? Inside, outside. Which way are you going to go, Victor? Looks like he's going to go down. No, he's still staying on his bumper. Makes Downey defend, then goes back to the outside. Hard on the brakes down into turn 1. He knows he's got David Maguire behind, so he doesn't take a run around the outside. I think I see Maguire Jr. coming in, down the outside of everybody, but we're on second corner now, right up over the inside curb. Donald Downey gets maybe a length on us as we head down towards turn 3. That's fantastic footage from See It Live as we head out the country. Let's see where David Maguire Jr. is, because he's becoming a bit of a tin top master. He's fifth. He's fifth. There he is, all over the back of Barry English. So Victor's going to need to make a move here on Donald Downey if he's going to try and get away. But Donald Downey's no slouch. He's not going slowly here at all. Driving nicely up front. Maguire Senior in third place. English, Maguire Jr., and then Max Turley. Victor moving to the outside, looking for the full racing line. Oh, almost a flick back to the inside to make Downey defend. Can he get the nose up the inside here on the way out? The drone shot will tell us everything. That's exactly what he's trying to do. And he doesn't want to let Maguire by either, so he hooks the inside line. So Victor's got a hard job here. He's got to try and get by Downey, but he's also got to have one eye on the mirror so Maguire doesn't get past him. He won't get past on the outside. He can sit down there all he likes. And somebody goes off in the background. It's Maguire Jr. That's a big danger gone. Maguire Jr. contacting with somebody. Might need to have a look back at that one. So we're still in second place coming back up the hill. Donald Downey hanging on well, maybe over defending just a little bit. Victor Cullen looking very composed behind him, and he's got a gap now, hasn't he? Because we haven't got David Maguire Sr. Oh, has a look down the inside. The Beacon Health Check car trying to get past Donald Downey here. And this could be a second win of the year for Victor, but Donald Downey's going to hang on, isn't he? He's up over curbs. He's having a real go uber defensive. Victor goes to the outside. He's going to try Michael Cullen's 1993 Fiat Uno move here and get back up the inside. Oh, somebody's been watching those 93 videos. Donald Downey wasn't having any of it. Parked the car at the apex, and Victor had nowhere to go and then just planted it and drove away. So back under the bridge now. That's allowed Stephen Wright to close right up to them. It's cost them maybe a second or two, both of them, that move on the way up to at the final corner, I should say. So Donald Downey saw exactly, he had to defend, but then he wasn't going to get on the power, slowed it right down at the apex, and Victor had nowhere to go. So that's cost them all a little bit of time. That's allowed Stephen Wright up to them with fastest lap. It's allowed Barry English up to them, and Max Turley all the way from the back, not too far away either. So with Victor biding his time here, he's waiting for it. He's not no big lunges or anything like that. He's in the running for the championship. Currently second, I think, is Victor. So he's got to make this one work for him. In fact, the finishing order like this wouldn't do him any harm, but if there's a sniff of a win, he'll certainly go for it. So it's Downey, it's Cullen, it's Wright, it's Barry English, it's Max Turley out over the curbs on the exit of Bridgestone there, and on the way up towards Lola corner. The long right-hander. Fastest lap still to Stephen Wright, but it's not about fastest laps. Victor tries to get the nose up the inside again. On that occasion, Downey's a little bit wide, but Donald Downey doing very well here out front. Defending again down into 7A and B. That will bring the train closer together. Barry English takes a look down the inside of Wright. That'll slow them both down. Give Victor Cullen a little bit of a break there, and they go through 7B together, slow them down more. Downey defends again, but every time Victor gets this break before, Donald Downey slows them all right down. He knows exactly what he's doing up front. So it's Downey, it's Cullen, the young guns out front, then it's Barry English, Stephen Wright, and Turley all the way from the back. Victor has a look down the inside. Donald Downey's gone wide. He's trying to get the nose up the inside all the time. You can almost see what he's trying to do there as they come back towards Nordic Spirit, up over the inside. Oh, a little bit of opposite lock for Victor. This is great onboard stuff. Downey defends again. Victor goes up the outside. He's looking for a better exit. He's timed it better this time, and he goes to the outside. He could get alongside here on the main straight. He is alongside. What a shot on board with Victor Cullen. Downey on the inside, Cullen on the outside, under the Alfa Romeo bridge, down into turn one. That's Victor Cullen using his head up at the final corner. Downey hangs on, but only just. Victor sits around the outside, but tucks back in behind him. But that should work next time around. He's got to run again through Campion corner, door to door. Contact from Downey and Cullen now. Cullen on the outside, Downey on the inside, heading out towards turn 3. Proper excitement here. Barry English looking up the inside. Victor needs to stay around the outside here and not lose that second place. He should be okay, but Barry English draws alongside, but he's on the inside for the next one. Almost door to door. We can read the sign writing on Barry. Oh, Barry English puts the big squeeze on. Victor's not having any of it and sends Barry English out wide and maintains his second place. Wright goes through. Barry English will now know that he's going to have to try a different tactic if he can get up there again. Well, this is excitement, isn't it, at the end of the Supercup Ireland race? And Donald Downey, it has to be said, is really remaining calm here. But Victor gets a run at him again, out onto the back straight. Downey very defensive. Victor gets the run. He doesn't want to go down the outside. Too many people there. He's just going to have to sit in behind him. He doesn't go down the outside because he knows what's going to happen. So Downey can stop him again here at the apex if he wants. Every time they get a break. Oh, Victor gets a run here again on the way up. He could be on the inside for Brains Benz. He is on the inside. Downey's on the left of us here. He's going to take the lead. Down the inside, Victor Cullen leads now. He's up into the lead. Downey back to second place. Right now having a go at Downey, and Barry English alongside him. This is incredible stuff from ZTEC Supercup. Well, throw a couple of young drivers in if you want entertainment in a race like this. That was calm and composed stuff from Victor. He took his time and he is now streaking away out front. 4 minutes 58 still to run. All right, down the inside of Donald Downey. That's a good move if he gets it done. Downey gives him the width of a say it and no more, but sits around the outside. Drag race, and Victor Cullen beginning to ease away out front now. It's Cullen with a little bit of a gap. This is fantastic stuff out front. So it's Victor Cullen, Stephen Wright, Donald Downey, Barry English, Mark Turley, Brian Berry, David Maguire Jr. is still going and has fastest lap. Then Mark Turley and Porrick McQuaid. We're missing Dave Maguire Sr., Paul Parr and Adrian McNally. So fantastic stuff now with just 4 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Turley up a place, Downey dropping back now. So Wright is probably the danger man here, Stephen Wright, although Victor Cullen showing good pace. Let's see if Stephen Wright can close him down. 4 minutes and 7 seconds still to go. A lap takes 1 minute 51. Big lock up for Turley, and he goes wide there, and Downey gets past him on the entrance to the S's. Or Bridgestone corner, I should say. So through low. Oh, big cloud of dust. Victor Cullen right in over that inside curb. Gets on the power early, no mistakes. There's Downey coming through. Turley, Brian Berry. Here they come down that long back straight. Hope Victor's new sponsor, Atlas Tires, are watching this one. They'll be very impressed. So good stuff from Victor. He's hauled that new sponsor on board, had them down here for a meeting, and he's going to do a number of promotional activities with them. And they've got a lot of tyre centres around the Leinster area, and that say it will be spotted a lot on a trailer, I'd imagine, around Dublin in the next couple of months. There they go. Look at that train coming through as well. Hasn't Max Turley done well as well, all the way from the back? And there's Maguire down the inside again. Maguire trying to get by. Is that Berry? It is, and he does it. Locks up an inside wheel down the inside. David Maguire Jr. He's got a busy day today, hasn't he? Victor Cullen maintaining that gap. It was at a second last time around. It's still around a second. He's doing okay here. 2 minutes 58 still to run though. So they'll have this lap on another one as they come out onto the main straight. Gap down to 0.8, so only 2/10 in it really. There's David Maguire Jr. now down the inside of Turley. Down the inside of Downey, which puts him up to 4th place. Good run by David Maguire Jr. Fastest lap of a 49.6. There he is, the red and white car on the right, the Baxter Motorsport car. So there's two of the young guns in the class again, David Maguire Jr. and Donald Downey. Donald Downey coming up from Formula V and Formula Ford 1600 into say a Supercup, run by his dad John Downey and JD Racing. His sister's racing Ford Fiesta ZTEC. No formulas involved there. She's going nicely in the rookie class there as well. So up front it's Victor Cullen, but I think slightly closer on the international loop is Stephen Wright. Now Victor's holding that. It's not certainly not being eaten up. If the gap is closing, it's only by small amounts. Up over the inside curve, the first three closing up. What Victor's going to need here, and I'm sure he's well aware of this, if he gets caught by Stephen Wright, he needs to back him up really into Barry English. And if they go at it again, he'll just drive away. But there's very little in it in terms of lap time. A few tenths last time round. No mistakes from Victor through the right, through the left. So 1 minute 27 to go. So they will start their last lap this time round. Big lap for Victor Cullen. We're on board with him again, up over the inside curb, right out to the exit curb there. Great stuff as he heads up to the final corner. He doesn't have to defend. That gap is static, you know. It was 8.8 last time around. I think it's pretty much the same. Here he is out onto the main straight. You can get great footage. You can see him put the right foot down. See him steering right out to the curbs, right into the barrier now. Well, this will be great work for him, and it'll be great for the LOH team as well. They've worked hard on that car, and Victor's worked very hard himself on it, so plenty of pace here. He's not there on anything but merit. Victor Cullen, Stephen Wright, and Barry English up front. Maguire Jr. Fastest lap for him about 3 laps ago, but I don't think he's going to catch these guys. This is the final lap. Here he comes. Stephen Wright definitely a little bit closer on this, the final lap. Down into Bridgestone corner. Locked wheel, they get turned in. Victor gets a length or two on the way out though. Got on the power certainly earlier there and increased his lead slightly on the way out. Stephen Wright not quite close enough now. Cullen and Wright, they've broken away from Barry English here. Once again, Victor Cullen taking that inside curb and kicking up a little bit of dust, but a clean exit. As long as he doesn't make any mistakes, he should be okay here. There's about 4 lengths in it there as they head down the back straight. Top gear now down towards 7A and 7B. Wright closes up a little bit on the brakes. Get through 7B. Victor gets away again and brings it out to a length or two on the way back up. Holds the centre of the road in case of a dive here. He's not going to allow. He's gone into defensive mode now. It's game on with 4 corners to go. Bahrain's bends through the right. Bahrain's bends through the left for Victor Cullen. Up over the inside curb. Checkered flag is ready below us. The Atlas Auto Service and Beacon Hospital car still leading here. Could this be a win for Victor Cullen? It'll be well earned, whoever wins it. To Nordic Spirit corner for the last time. Victor Cullen now heading up to the final corner. Nothing Stephen Wright can do about it. Great drive from Stephen Wright to get back up there, but it is going to be Victor Cullen as they come out of the final corner. No mistakes for Victor. Here we come down to the line. Absolutely fantastic. So Victor Cullen takes the win at Mondello Park. Stephen Wright second, Barry English third. Brilliant stuff. So great stuff from Victor. Family support here with us as well in commentary. So congratulations to everybody involved there. And I know LOH Motorsport will be very happy with that one. Michael Cullen has gone down the stairs at 110 miles an hour. And that's a good result for Victor. He's adding that to his wins in Brands Hatch. And that, Malcolm, is going to move him up the Autosport ratings again, isn't it? With just another win today. So it's turning into quite the season for Victor Cullen in the Atlas Auto Service and Beacon Health Check car. There's Michael Cullen on the left, and he is so happy with that one. That is fantastic stuff. Then it's Stephen Wright drove superbly. Barry English in there too. And there's the Baxter Motorsport car. He was in the wars in that one, backwards, forwards, everything. What a great shot of the embrace between father and son down there at the railings, and that is well deserved. So, David Maguire Jr., great run. We're missing a few in that one, but Victor Cullen took his time, got on board, and well done to see it live for putting in that onboard. And they are telling me that we're going to be able to talk to the drivers. Mightn't have been particularly apt to talk to Victor during that one. It was a little bit pressurised, but absolutely fantastic drive there from Victor Cullen, from Stephen Wright, from Barry English, and a recovery drive from David Maguire Jr. Donald Downey drove a good race, hung on for 5th place. Massive pressure for Donald Downey, but he drove very well and he hung on up front for a long time. So absolutely fantastic stuff. There's the LOH Motorsport team. Toasty, Jim Halligan, all the boys up there. That's a good day for LOH Motorsport. They've already had a win of Fiesta STs. Now they've had one in Seat Supercup as well. So what a race. Great entertainment. It's not over yet. We've got ZTEC ST's Legends back out. Another boss race. So far more entertainment to come here. But the LOH Motorsport team clearly, there's the family coming over as well to Victor. But the LOH Motorsport clearly really happy with that one. They were struggling a little bit. You know, Victor was putting a lot of thought into it, putting a lot of work into it. It's obviously come together for him, and absolutely fantastic. So Fiesta ZTEC's next up. Neil Murphy is already aboard the ZTEC high-speed delivery. There's David Maguire Senior, so obviously a problem with that car, unfortunately. Wonder will they get that one back in. That's the Alfa Romeo course car out there, the Giulia. So somebody's just having a word with him, see if he needs a tow back in. Rain beginning to fall just a little bit as the Fiesta ZTECs get ready to go. So big celebrations all the way down there. Barry English in the foreground there. He came third, and that one was right in the mix all the way through. Well, some work done by the Legends team there. They've already done their championship round. Scott Jackson leads now from Lee Malone, and Nico Frank is up to third place and leads the rookies. Then Declan Burke, Willie Lawrence and Gordon Brown, already the championship positions added up for them, and they still have a race to run. So here comes Neil Murphy with his flashing lights on his high-speed delivery van, the Fiesta ZTEC van that we presented him with last year live on this coverage. He loves doing this bit, leading them around on the opening lap. Just waiting for clearance to go. There's Mark Quinlivan taking a couple of photos down there. It's a great grid of these cars. I think we had 27 earlier in the week. I'm not sure how many have made it this far, but let's have a look. Top 6, of course, get reversed. So Phil Lawless, a real Mondello man, will start this one on pole position. Alan Dawson alongside. Alan Dawson needs a result here because he's usually in the top 1 or 2, not so much in race 1. He qualified badly, did make progress forward, but this is his chance to get his points back. But Christian Brennan, Mick Keogh, Robert Barnable and Sean McGovern behind him, it's going to be very difficult. They're going to come charging through. Sean McGovern has taken pole. He won the first race, and he had not only fastest lap but a new lap record. So Sean McGovern going really well in this class. Watch out for the rookie fights. Kelsey Kirby's next up. She's gone really well all day. We'll be watching out for her. Then it's Aidan Mulready. I think he had a problem in race 1. He dropped back. Then the rookies. Row 5, Michael Moynihan, Mikey Mania and Finn Gillespie from Mondello Park alongside him. Very closely matched. Then Josh Brown and Samuel Doyle, not rookies. Then Toby Maguire is not a rookie. And then Declan Mulready. Then Evan Walsh, Keith Lenihan, Michael McArdle, Chloe Kellett, Alex McCann, Lorcan McGivney, Elizabeth Downey, Liv Corcoran, Freya Burns, Lola Rose Turley and Roy Tobin. So great grid of Fiesta ZTECs here, and they are moving around trying to get a bit of heat into those Nankang tyres. Let's come back down towards us. That's with the headlights on as Finn Gillespie makes it easy to spot. That's a different car than what he was driving the last time. The reason I know that is because the one he was driving last time was mine, and the engine popped spectacularly on Friday. So that's going to be rebuilt before the next race. But he was able to get hold of the Mondello team building car, which looks remarkably similar, probably because it was sprayed with the same paint in the same manner as the other car was. The last car, if you missed the last race meeting here, they literally built the car for Finn Gillespie. They were welding, cutting, grinding. They fitted wings, bonnet, different door, cross member, all sorts of stuff to the car. Here on Friday night and sprayed it on Saturday morning. So great stuff. And that was him getting out in the grid. He got second in rookies, I think, at fastest lap in race 2, but the engine grenaded on Friday morning, so he's borrowed another car. He's back out there. but plenty of battles will be expected all the way down the grid. The one to watch probably Sean McGovern here, who starts in 6th, but fastest lap and new lap record holder in race 1. Getting ready to go, and it's Phil Lawless on pole position, Alan Dawson alongside. Then it's Christian Brennan in the ex-David Maguire Jr. car, the red and white one, ex-LOH Motorsport. And then it's man that went so well this morning and was absolutely over the moon to get his first podium, Mick Keogh in car number 3, absolutely immaculate as ever. Then the two danger men really here are Rob Barrable, number 22 in the MB Motors car, and number 12, Sean McGovern. Watch out for Kelsey Kirby next up, great pace all day, and Aidan Mulready will be looking to make up for his performance in race 1 when he dropped back just a little bit. So getting ready to go now. Lawless will, if he gets out front here, if he can get to the first corner, which I think maybe he can, although Dawson just out drags him as they pull second gear. Yeah, Dawson clearly quicker and just comes across the front now. McGovern stays, doesn't go down the outside just yet. Look at McGovern, here he comes now, having a look down the outside, late on the brakes. He wants to get around the outside of Mick Keogh. He's not going to get that done. He's back beside Barrable, I think, but we're all clear. No problems there at all. Liv Corcoran side by side with Elizabeth Downey as they come out there, but Dawson is away down the road already. Great first two corners. So Christian Brennan getting a little bit of help now from Rob Barrable. You're not in a legend now, Rob. And Mick Keogh getting boxed out NASCAR style, and 1-2 cars going by and possibly 3. Sean McGovern trying to get up the inside. Rob Barrable places the car beautifully to get alongside Christian Brennan now on the run up the hill. But he'll be on the outside when they come to the S's. These cars, you can sit around the outside. That's what he needs to do. So Lawless in second place with the head down. Then it's Christian Brennan just hangs on ahead of Barrable, McGovern, Keogh, Mulready, Kelsey Kirby, Sam Doyle, all the rest coming through. We'll update you on the rookie battle when it calms down a little bit up front. There's Dawson, big long wide line there. Lawless goes with him. They're all taking the same line except for Finn Gillespie, who drives down around this circuit for a living, and he's up the inside of Sam Doyle. Suppose Finn with the headlights on just to differentiate him from the rest of them. It actually works. So on the brakes. Oh, McGovern with a big lunge down the inside of Barrable. Barrable goes a little bit wide as a result. Will McGovern get up the inside on the exit? Hard to see from this shot. Let's have a look. It's certainly still Dawson. Not streaking away as much as he did on the first lap. Keith Lenihan goes through in the beautiful Keith Lenihan Motors car. Google him if you're looking for a good podcast. To the right and left, they come back towards us. That's Bahrain's Bend. And inching away now is Alan Dawson. Probably needs to get away a bit more than that, because surely McGovern will forge his way to the front at some stage. That's Lola Rose Turley cutting grass out there. New front bumper on the car after the race this morning. She's down the inside and up a place from somebody there as they come back through the long left-hander. Mulready up alongside Keogh, and they go door to door through Nordic Spirit corner. Great stuff, giving each other a little bit of room though. There's Christian Brennan up the inside of Phil Lawless. Kelsey Kirby in the mix in that one too. Dawson just getting away. Phil Lawless perhaps the cork in the bottle. Phil isn't slow, but there's a queue of really quick guys behind him. He won't be easy to pass. So Mick Keogh and Mulready still side by side. Done almost a full lap side by side. You can't do that in many racing cars, but you can do it in these ZTECs. They tend to have a little bit too, well, not too much grip, but they've got an awful lot of grip from these sticky Nankang tyres, and they don't run full race suspension, so they're quite soft. As a result, they've got a lot of grip, and you can sit around the outside. And a crucial move there as McGovern gets by Barrable on the run to turn 3. Next on his list is Christian Brennan, who's busy at the moment trying to get by Phil Lawless. McGovern sticks the nose up the inside. If he can keep it there, he might get the job done down into the S's. I think he has done, you know. Yeah, he's down the inside. It's a long left-hander. Brennan tries to sit around the outside. McGovern's got the job done. He's up to 3rd place. Now it's just Phil Lawless between him and Dawson. Lawless knows the crack. Straight down the inside, almost cutting the grass, which he's used to do for a living here at Mondello Park. He was so defensive there. Once he knew no one was getting a run on him, he went out high and wide to get a good run through Lola. So Dawson it is out front. Lawless, McGovern, Barrable, Christian Brennan, still side by side. What's this, 2 laps in a row? These guys have done a whole lap side by side. Even if Kelsey wanted to get by, there's no space. They're almost blocking. Oh, a big lunge down the inside from Sean McGovern, who's quickly making a name for himself as one of the top saloon car racers in the country. Down the inside of Phil Lawless. He's on the inside for the next one. He should have the job done. In fact, Barrable might try and NASCAR his way through here, bumper to bumper. He is. That's exactly what he's going to do. Just turn in a fraction late, and that'll leave Lawless wide, and Barrable gets the job done up to 2nd place. Now, if Barrable and McGovern don't go at each other, they may be able to catch Dawson, but Alan Dawson's not slow. He's got fastest lap, or he did have last time round. That was first lap. Ignore that. This is the first flying lap. Christian Brennan gets by Lawless there as well. So we'll see how quick McGovern is now. It's Dawson. It's McGovern in 2nd place. Barrable in 3rd. Lawless getting a little bit defensive there. Mulready, Keogh, Kirby. We'll check the rookies when they go by this time. It's all far too exciting. There they go across the line. Dawson fastest lap at 12.9, 13.4 for McGovern, but that includes the overtaking manoeuvre, so we won't take that into account. The gap was 2.6 seconds though. That's a big gap by ZTEC standards. He's going to need to take chunks out of that one. 10 minutes still to go, but McGovern needs to get the head down. He's getting away from Barrable. Can he catch Dawson though? They're probably the 2 quickest drivers this year. Dawson certainly, by moving to LOH, has found a load of pace. And that car though did have the lap record on the international track. Keith Dawson, his nephew, borrowed it for a race 2 years ago and broke that lap record, but I think William Kellett had it back before Sean McGovern smashed it this morning. So these cars all set up really well, driven really well. It's very competitive. He's not making any big inroads here on Dawson, you know. Alan Dawson's got the head down out front. Let's see. 12.9 is fastest lap. 13.4, so he took half a second on that lap alone out of McGovern. So let's see if McGovern needs to stabilise it, but then he needs to take big chunks out of it. So looking down the grid, Finn Gillespie leads the rookie and leads it well. He'd be looking forward to the tea break tomorrow at Mondello Park if he can hang on. There he is. He's up behind Kelsey Kirby. Is he? He is. He's in the top 10. Finn Gillespie 9th overall. Evan Walsh is 12th and 2nd in the rookies. Mikey Moynihan down to 3rd rookie because Evan Walsh has got one over on him. Then Chloe Kellen running 4th. Great stuff. Alex McCann is 5th. Lola Rose Turley in 6th. Then Freya Burns and Elizabeth Downey. So great stuff from the rookies here. And that was the battle just briefly there of Mikey Mania and Evan Walsh. So Barrable dropping back ever so slightly from McGovern. So the rookies aren't too far from each other actually. It is Finn Gillespie leading, but when we see them on shot, there's a couple of cars between them. Just Sam Doyle and Josh Brown. But the other 2 rookies are right there. It's, is this Finn Gillespie getting alongside Mick Keogh? It is. He's going to get up a place, possibly. Kelsey's got up a place there ahead of Mick Keogh. And Finn Gillespie round the outside with the headlights on. Oh, Finn Gillespie has really been very good on his introduction to Fiestas this year. First time out was the last race meeting, and with those results he vaulted himself up to 2nd place in the rookie championship. This won't do him any harm if he can take a rookie win today with his headlights on. Yeah, fastest lap McGovern, and he's taken a huge chunk. That's what he needed to do. He's taken 9/10 of a second out of Dawson on that lap. Let's have a look. Yeah, there you are. It's visible, isn't it, from the drone? So we've got 8 minutes to go, but he's going to have to keep doing that. No, he's not. 2 laps will get him up there. It's 1.8 seconds. Can Dawson respond to that? I'm not so sure. 2:12.071. So great stuff from McGovern. Phil Lawless now defending from Mulready down into 7A. A little bit on the inside. Here's the drone shot. McGovern is hauling Dawson in. Lawless a little bit wide. Oh, Finn Gillespie still battling away there, just at the front of that group. So Gillespie now up to 8th place overall, still first rookie. So Lawless ahead of Mulready. Mulready had been ahead of him, but Lawless got back ahead again. Phil Lawless number 7, Mulready 17. The ex-Michael Graham car that Mulready is driving. He's leading the Kirkestown Championship. He's doing both championships and doing really well up north, and generally right on the pace here. A little bit, not so much of the pace today. I'm not sure why. This is a great drive by McGovern. He's got away from Barrable, which is hard to do, but he's hauling in the leader. Alan Dawson, who was making good his escape early on. LOH Motorsport will be hoping their man can hang on to make yet another win today, but it's going to be difficult. Let's see the lap times. 12.898, oh, 13 dead, and a 12.1, another 9/10 of a second. You don't need a stopwatch now. It's a gap, it's just 1 second. McGovern has pretty much caught Alan Dawson. Dawson going wide on the way out of Castrol Corner, swerving back across to get his line now for Campion Corner as they head through there, but McGovern very much on a charge here. He said to me today he did want to do the double. His dad won a trophy. He wasn't sure what the trophy was. He said, I think it was for over 50s in the TCR race yesterday in the UK. So he said, I'm going to have to upstage him and do the double. Doing the double is very difficult in any of these Fiesta or mini races, or any of them that you drop the top 6. Because if you win the first one, you've got to come through from 6th. And Lawless hangs onto a beautifully held drift there. The back end let go, which is a dab of opposite lock, and planted the foot down to pull it back straight. Phil Lawless showing great car control there as he fights off Mulready and Kelsey Kirby. And next up under big pressure is Finn Gillespie, who's got ahead of Mick Keogh. And then it's Sam Doyle right with them, then Josh Brown, then it's Evan Walsh, and then it's Mikey Moynihan. So it's almost battle on up front, not quite yet. That's where the battle is. And this one now, it's the second half of the top 10, really. So Finn Gillespie would be so happy with this if he could hang on for a rookie win. He's under big pressure though in the background from Mick Keogh. Look at this, Mulready up the inside of Lawless. This time Lawless boxed out on the outside. Mulready should be able to get the job done on the brakes down into 7A, and that's exactly what he does. Phil Lawless, clever, gets on the brakes, gets in behind him, doesn't try and sit around the outside. We've seen in the last few saloon car races what happens if you do that. So we're closing back up at the front. McGovern has almost caught him just ahead of these two as they come back towards us. This is them, there's the leaders, and it's game on. McGovern is almost right with Dawson now. Great drone footage. Here they are, the two green and white cars together. Sheds direct leading. McGovern right in over that inside curve, and both of them using all the exit curve. Headlights on now to intimidate Dawson. Up the inside, up the outside. McGovern loves getting this car out of shape. He absolutely fires it around the track. Clearly quicker now than Alan Dawson, using the exit curve, which Dawson doesn't do. Catching, however, is one thing. Passing will be another one. And Alan Dawson has been racing here since 1988, so it won't be easy to get by him. But McGovern certainly charging up to the back of him. Centre of the road now for Dawson as they head down into Castrol Corner. A late turn in for McGovern. He's right on the bumper now of Dawson as they approach Campion Corner. It's grabbed third gear just here. That corner completely flat out in the ZTEC Fiesta. In fact, you're edging the car out towards the exit curve to try and maintain all the speed you can and not scrub any speed off. Here they come down to the double apex right-hander now. McGovern quicker through there, closes him down again. But Dawson certainly not looking rattled at all. We're getting ready to go now down the back straight. Sure, there's going to be a move coming here. Dawson not phased at all. He doesn't get rattled, Alan Dawson. Fourth gear down here, and even though they're just 80 brake horsepower, these cars, they really do get motoring, and they're all so equal. Both hard on the brakes. McGovern carries more speed through there. Doesn't bother Dawson, though. He just puts the car exactly where McGovern wants to be. They both get a good exit here. Dawson just slightly towards the centre of the road. Not ruffled one little bit. McGovern goes over there and then goes back to try and get a better line on the way through. McGovern tidier through the first bit will make him quicker through the second bit, and indeed it does. Dawson sees that, goes to the left. He doesn't want to lunge here. He knows exactly who's behind him. A later turn in will make McGovern quicker on the way out. He tries to get the nose up the inside. He's got the nose up the inside. We've seen what Alan Dawson does in these cases before. So has McGovern. He backs out of it. goes back to the left, gets a run through Nordic Spirit. Dawson goes wide. McGovern's alongside him as they approach the braking zone now. It's door to door. McGovern on the brakes, Dawson on the brakes, Dawson on the inside. McGovern tries to get the nose up the inside. He's got the nose up the inside. He's getting the big squeeze from Alan Dawson. And Dawson almost putting him in the pit wall there. McGovern having to lift out of it again as they go by us. And this is going to get hectic. We've still got 1 minute 34 to go. This is the final lap. Something's happened at the back. Lola Rose Turley making up a couple of places in the process, but we're all watching the front. Waves yellows down at turn 1. I'm not sure why, but certainly the battle at the front is on. McGovern now only has 1 lap to do something here. Alan Dawson's seen it all before, hasn't he? He's well able to slow the car down at the apex and then get back on the power. Perhaps a little bit naughty with the squeeze on the main straight, but McGovern wasn't fully up alongside him. He had got the nose up the inside, but it was Gordon Kellett style. Say hello to the pit wall there if it went any further, I think. So 2 Fiestas going really well. Championship contenders, these two. Well, McGovern is leading and leading strongly after this morning. Headlights ablaze, up onto 3 wheels now on the final lap. Out onto the international track once again. McGovern gets the run on the way up the hill. He's right in the wheel tracks of Alan Dawson now. Yellow H Motorsport versus the Morgan Dempsey run car here. Right up to Lola corner, in over that inside curb. A Victor Cullen style puff of dust there from Dawson, but McGovern's quicker again on the way through. Dawson's going to have to defend early here. Look at this. McGovern with a run makes him go to the inside. Dawson goes to the inside, but even if you go down the outside here, it's going to be very hard to do anything about it. He looks down the outside, he's looking to get a quicker run. He gets up the inside, McGovern's timed it to perfection. Dawson goes wide, and McGovern goes through on the final lap with just 4 corners to go. What a move by Sean McGovern. He really is on a roll at the moment, this young man. No contact at all, straight through. Well, perhaps a little bit there, but there wasn't any on the lead for the move for the lead. The through Bahrain's Bend for the last time, up over the inside, down to the long left-hander. Now it's McGovern's turn to go defensive. Dawson tries to get the run on the way out. McGovern not having any of it, slowing them right down. They're still absolutely together. Through Nordic Spirit corner there, McGovern just leaves the gap of a Fiesta and no more. They're both very committed and both very quick through that corner. Final lap, final corner. We've seen races won and lost at this corner for years at Mondello Park. McGovern up the centre of the road, headlights on. Dawson takes a run at him, but McGovern controls it perfectly. It's now a drag race to the flag, and I think Sean McGovern is going to do the double. Dawson gets the run, McGovern not having any of it. Dawson a little bit quicker, gets up alongside, but McGovern takes the win. What a race in the ZTEC Safety Fiesta ZTEC. It's a class, it might be the cheapest class in the paddock, but my word, it gives us the best racing, or some of the very, very best racing here at Mondello Park. The cars are very equal, and we have to thank the technical team for that. They do a lot of work, a lot of technical checks. All the rest of them coming through. Let's see what happens with the rookies, because Rob Barrable is 3rd. Christian Brennan, great drive to 4th place. Aidan Mulready in 5th. Phil Lawless in 6th. Kelsey Kirby, 7th place. Great day for her. And the winner of the rookies is Finn Gillespie. He'll be absolutely delighted with that one. Then it's Josh Brown. It's Sam Doyle. 2nd in the rookies is Evan Walsh. 3rd in the rookies is Michael Moynihan. That closed the championship up just a little bit. Then Mick McCardle. Chloe Kellett 4th in the rookies again on her first day out. Well done, great run. Lorcan McGivney, Lola Rose Turley coming right through, made a lot of places in that one. She's 5th in the rookies, just ahead of Alex McCann. Then Declan Mulready, Freya Burns getting quicker, Liv Corcoran, Elizabeth Downey and Toby Maguire. The order there, Elizabeth Downey and Toby Maguire showing. No, they're not showing lap down, they're fine. Yep, they're both finishers as well. So great stuff from the ZTEC Safety Fiesta ZTEC Championship here at Mondello Park, and highly, highly entertaining stuff. So well done to Sean McGovern and Alan Dawson there. Great entertainment from those guys. So you can't really see it on that lovely picture we're showing you there. You can see a little bit of something flying by. It is absolutely hammering. That's more representative of what's happening now at Mondello Park. A little shiver here in the commentary box. There's very strong winds. They're just bringing this rain in, and they're bringing it in so quickly you couldn't really prepare for it, because we've still got another boss race, so they'll have to change that. Look at that park farm, full of Fiesta ZTEC. There's Liv Corcoran up the top having a chat with Mick Keogh. Everybody does the angles and the steering wheel inputs when they're talking. They're having so much fun. A lot of novices in this race. It's a great class to train people to get into. And if you want to come racing at Mondello Park, you could do worse than have a look at this. Neil Murphy minds them all like a daddy down there in the pit lane. And if you have one of these Fiesta ZTEC cars, you can do the 6 hour, the famous 6 hour race in November at Mondello Park. 4 drivers in a car, 6 hours, starts at midday, gets dark at about 4 o'clock, and it goes on obviously until 6 o'clock. And all the top teams do it. We've had Formula 1 drivers, we've had British Touring Car drivers, we've had World Rally drivers, anybody, huge names doing it, right down to Joe Bloggs, who happens to have a ZTEC in his garage. So have a look at that one, get prepared early for it, and you split the cost 4 ways. It's not an expensive race to do. So great stuff from the Fiesta ZTECs there. A lot of people will be very happy with the performance in that one, as the Patch Tire Equipment Junior Mini Challenge cars come out for their second race of the day. Difficult conditions for these, I won't say kids, for these young drivers. So there we are, it's Kyle Irvine on pole from Leo Richardson. Richardson went round the outside to take the first win. Leo Richardson is unbeaten in 2025 in this class. He's had 5 wins, he'll be looking to make it 6. There's the rest of them coming out. Rain changing, but rain they won't have had a chance to change anything on the cars, I doubt, because the rain, they were really only leaving assembly when it started raining. There's Kyle Irvine who started on pole. Leo Richardson, 5 straight wins for him in the Paul O'Brien Racing car, POB Racing and Mount Marion cars. And Jaden McBrearty in the Stables car, Logan Hoy in the FPS car, TJ Taft, Jack Files, Martin Finnegan, Joe Richardson, Harry Fairs and Daniel Heaps on row 5. They battled mightily in race 1. Then it's Travis Mulwhiney. I'm not sure if Travis is out there. Let's hope he is. Have a look. And Nathan Sweeney. They didn't make the grid for race 2. Let's have a look. Yeah, Travis is out there. Yeah, they're both out there. Well done to the teams. That's great stuff. Great to see Travis Mulwhiney and Nathan Sweeney both back out there after a little bit of damage in race 1. Harry Dowling and Leah McManus, Alex Watkins and Keith Burke, Gavin Brown, Megan Daly and Ryan Donnelly. So great stuff. Patch Tire Equipment Junior Minis, 120 brake horsepower, R50 Mini Cooper or a standard one, a Mini 1, 1.6, and with the championship map they're somewhere around 120 brake horsepower. Championship maps all the same, and the scrutineers can download the maps and view the maps at any time. So all very tightly controlled. Even a controlled spark plug, you have to use a specific spark plug. If you want to see the regs on any of these classes, or you're thinking of getting involved, ICCR.ie. Click classes, click on the class you want, and there's a link to the regs. It's very good. It's got championship standings, information, how to get your license, how to get the starter pack on your license, all that sort of stuff. ICCR.ie. It's a very good website. So have a look at that if you're interested in any of the classes you saw at Mondello Park this weekend. Getting ready to go. Irvine again up the front. Once again, Logan Hoy well back from his starting point there. I'm surprised at that. He's got 2 or 3 feet to give. A few of them have. Most of them have got this and moved forward. But there's that shot. Look at Logan Hoy in the second row of the grid. You can see that FPS car could be a few feet further forward, but he's given that away. It's all going to be about balancing wheel spin. They're not slow and they're not short on power. 120 horsepower, so you can light up the fronts really easily. But they've all got good starts. Logan Hoy, despite what I said, gets the best start just to prove me wrong, and he blasts down the outside for FPS under the bridge. He's level with Irvine. The Irish Rallycross Junior champion is later on the brakes, gets the nose ahead. Irvine just matching him. Can he sit round the outside? Richardson down to 3rd, down to 4th place now, which will give us plenty of entertainment. Logan Hoy in 2nd, bumper to bumper with Leo Richardson. Round the outside comes McBrearty, happy to sit up on that exit curb. Slippery place to be, it doesn't bother him. So it's Irvine, it's Hoy, Richardson though down the outside of them both. He gets down the outside of McBrearty, tries to sit around the outside of Hoy, and does do it. They both find Irvine in their way. Hoy gets a tighter line, but Richardson I think is going to be able to sit around the outside and will get the job done into Bridgestone. Got side by side now, door to door as they come back down towards us. And Richardson is back up to second place. That sends Hoy a little bit wide. But he's a junior rallycross champion. He'll be looking for grip around there. There's young Jack Files, beautifully prepared car. He's side by side with McBrearty now. Watch out for him. The light blue and orange striped car. There's Nathan Sweeney, Fares, Joe Richardson, all the rest coming through. And that's Taff down the inside of Hoy now to take third place away. This is great stuff. TJ Taff. And he's got third place as they head down there out of nowhere. Liam McManus looks like she's making a bit of progress as well. The rallycross drivers back coming to the fore here, and Hoy gets it back, but TJ Taff goes down the inside of Hoy again on the brakes and takes that place back, and he's looking for Irvine too as Richardson leads this one. Richardson it is now from Irvine, from Taff, from Hoy, from McBrearty and Files. Then is that Sweeney next up? It is, I think. Oh, somebody backwards, Martin Finnegan, off he goes. Should be able to get that going, and there's no damage, I don't think. All the rest of them coming through. There's Travis Mulwhiney. Watkins coming through. All the rest of them. Finnegan recovers now, number 45. Famous surname, famous number, Martin Finnegan. And he gets going again. A young man that's made great progress under the guidance of Peter Barrable in testing and stuff, but just the back end swapped on him there. First forward, a bit of a break here as they come up towards us. So it's Richardson, it's Irvine, it's Taff, Hoy, Files, McBrearty, Heaps. Nathan Sweeney going nicely here, the DMC car. He's up a couple of places, isn't he? Let's have a look when they go by. Richardson leads by 0.3 of a second. It's nothing. In fact, he has to go defensive down into turn one. And Irvine gets down the outside of him on the brakes. Oh, Heaps goes off at high speed and he's over. In the gravel, just digs in and over he goes. Daniel Heaps just sideways. He's very sideways driver by nature, but that's going to give us an immediate red flag. Safety always paramount when it comes to juniors. He'll be absolutely fine. It was actually a relatively low speed roll. It just the gravel caught the car when he came in there. He was out of shape before he left the tarmac. He gets out of shape quite a lot, that young man. He's got great car control, but he's down there with sirens and everything below us now. There'll be plenty of excitement, but he'll be absolutely fine. The car just dug in. He went off sideways there. That's the rescue unit. He's out of the car already, so no problem. Cavalcade of vehicles heading down there. That's because we're junior racing, so everything will be stopped. Cars will be brought back to the grid at low speed. They'll be re-gridded. We'll make sure he's okay. We get there. He is. He's absolutely fine. He's out of the car. That's a young man we'll be looking forward to watching. He's very, very, very sideways and has great car control always. And he's right in the mix there. That is the Kernahan car, Ruben Kernahan car actually. But it shouldn't be too bad. It rolled over a couple of times, but it was the gravel that did it. Just the fact that it dug in. He was completely sideways. I was watching him in testing, and he was coming into the first corner sideways, and then just planting the throttle and pulling it back together. So great car control from him. But that'll be a little bit deflating for him, but he'll be absolutely fine. He stood up there himself and opened the door, and he's out of the car. So it's just a matter of getting the car back in and then getting him back in. Let's have a quick replay. Let's go back and have a look at what happened. That's Dr. Khan just checking. Watching the background, top of the screen, the car on the outside. Now here he comes. There, it's out of shape on the brakes. Back wheels have locked by the look of it. In it goes, just digs in and goes onto its side, onto its roof, and back over onto its side again. So a gentle enough roll, and he's absolutely fine. I wonder, was that a problem with the brakes? Because the backs looked like they locked there. It was almost like he pulled the handbrake, which you can be sure he didn't do. But yeah, good car control, that young man. If there was a little bit more runoff there, he would have held that. No, but look, he has them all laughing there. He's obviously entertaining them. He's quite the character. And a number of people, one of a number of these drivers that's well able to drive the car. There he is out of the car. Car will be put back onto its wheels now. John Rock is down there, Barry Swan, a load of them, very, very experienced guys. So great to see them around them. Here's the car back over onto its wheels. Great stuff. So fantastic stuff. The car, a little bit of damage, but it'll be superficial. That'll be relatively easy for me to say, but it's not there's not massive structural damage there, and he's already on his way back up to chat to his family, but he's absolutely fine. Sign time, Abbey Maintenance and Hillside Autos. Let's give his sponsors, they might give him a few quid now help towards fixing the car. He can give them a big squeeze next time. So yeah, there you go. That car will be pulled out of the gravel now and brought back in. There we go. Cars all lined up and getting ready to go again. They'll be keen to get going again. Now, Richardson will be hoping they go back to start in the position they were in, but Irvine will be hoping we go back to the original grid. But earlier we went back to the original grid. It looks like that's what's going to happen once again. Well, they're certainly giving us great entertainment anyway, these Patch Tire Equipment Junior Minis. Irvine will start from pole again. So ready for what will be another warm-up lap and then another 15-minute race. So fresh restart. They're going to get a full race, the kids. Great stuff. So they're just sitting on the dummy grid now waiting to go, but it will be a full warm-up lap and then it will be a 15-minute race here at Mandela Park. It's certainly dried out just a little bit. It's been that's the way the day has been going. The wind is blowing the weather in really quickly and out just as quick. Full warm-up lap coming up here now, so they'll all be warming their tires, trying to get them a little bit warmed up, even though the track is very wet in certain places out there. So Patch Tire Equipment Junior Mini Challenge on their warm-up lap now. That gives you an idea how wet it is out there when you see the focus changing, and you can see those beads of rain on the camera down at Castle Corner. There's Neil Murphy up on the podium there, giving them a little motivational speech and doing his rookie podium. Neil Murphy from ZTEC Safety. It's even wet on the podium down there. So rookies, that's them getting their prizes. That's Evan. Finn Gillespie, race 1 they're doing. Finn Gillespie delighted with this. Bragging rights for him at the coffee table at Mondello Park. 10:30 tomorrow morning when they have their coffee break. So he also works with all the instructors. He's full-time with us here at Mondello Park. So no harm for him to be getting on the podium. When he gets himself a P2 hat, he'll be getting a P1 in a minute. But the battle between those 3 guys and rookies. And here's Mikey Mania. Great stuff from him. He's leading the rookie championship, but they're so close, these 3 guys, and they're well up there. They're inside the top 10 in the last race, and you're moving if you're inside the top 10 of a Fiesta ZTEC race. It's all smiles for all of them. Great to see it. So there you go. There's your first, second, and third in race 1 in ZTECs as we head out onto the international loop with the Patch Tire Equipment Minis. Brian Matthews with me in the commentary box. Big supporter of Irish motorsport for many, many years. Actually sponsored the ZTEC Championship for a couple of years. Supported it when it was nothing. When it started off, it's become the biggest saloon car class in the championship, and now he supports the youth. He would have been a big rally supporter for many years, in fact very well known in rally circles. He likes the social element of rallying, if you get me, and would have been a big sponsor of Austin McHale and in fact the whole McHale rally team for many, many years. So did a little bit of racing himself, and he's now sponsoring these junior minis. So great to see. Mondello Park put a lot into it as well. We're going to organise a little bit of testing for them, exclusive no charge test days for these mini competitors as soon as we get a gap in the calendar. There's a lot of corporate events on down here at the moment, a lot of driver training events and early drive. It's hard to get the track free at any time. Free, by free I mean unused. It's hard to get the track free ever, but yeah, it's very, very busy here at Mondello Park this year. Here they come, and Logan Hoy will be trying to get that rocket-like launch again off the second row, especially with his sponsor FPS down here watching him. He could have led, he almost led the race with a brilliant start from the outside the front row. Now let's watch and see how many. Look at Paul O'Brien there. He's moving all his cars right up there. Keep coming, keep coming, keep coming. You got to go up right more again. Right onto the mark. So Logan is closer this time. It's a good shot. You can see when you see the front shot of these cars, and you'll see whether they're on their marks or not. Richardson going a little bit forward again just to get the wheel right onto the marks, which is where you need to be. Away we go, and once again wheel spin for Richardson. Hoy gets a good start, but the front guys match each other there. Irvine pulls second gear and just seems to get more of a drive there as Hoy comes up alongside Leo Richardson down towards turn 1, and Hoy very late on the brakes and gets second place and gets alongside the leader there. So great stuff from the FPS car down into Castrol Corner up to second place and having a go now with the leader as they go through Campion. Great shot from above as McBrearty, I think that is, gets by Richardson there and gets the inside, should be able to hold that third place now. Down they go into turn 3, double apex right-hander. It's Irvine, it's Hoy, it's the Stables car of McBrearty. That's the Mount Marion car, Richardson, who's dropping back. Oh, you can't change much on the setup here, but he almost looks like a guy that has a wet dry setup on when it's greasy out there. Didn't look that comfortable in the car coming up out of turn 3. He'll get the head down though, and we'll see what. No, he won't. He's slowing. He's slowing. We've got a problem for Richardson on the outside. Our championship leader, unbeaten so far. Championship leader, he's won 5 races in a row. He's not going to win this one. He got back going again, has he? He's right in the middle of the pack now, just at Lola Corner. Look back, look back, look back. There he is, 23. Great shot of him there, but he's back up to speed again. Well, it'll give us some entertainment. Let's see if he can make any moves. What happened there? Was there missed-gear? I don't know, but he almost came to a halt. 3 abreast in front of him. Joe Richardson, Travis Mahoney down the inside of everybody on the brakes down into 7A. But Nathan Sweeney in there too, and there's Richardson up the inside and just turning across the front of him. Nathan Sweeney, I don't think you saw him there at all, but he was fully ahead anyway. But certainly it is Irvine out front. Oh, a little bit of contact there between Gavin Brown and Keith Burke. Keith Burke, 54. In the TTW car, another POB run car. Keith coming up from karts, still racing karts, so a little bit of switching forward and back, which is a bit difficult for him. So it is Irvine, Hoy, McBrearty, I think, then Taff and Files, then a gap back to what looks like Martin Finnegan. It is Martin Finnegan. And it is Joe Richardson, high and wide. And it's Mahwini, Sweeney, Richardson again as they go by us. Richardson trying to make a move. Let's have a look at this. He's back down to 10th place, down 8th place, as it says on the screen there from that first lap, but the car is back up and running. Travis Mulwiney, his teammate in front of him now, he's got to try and get by. It's close enough up front, isn't it? Runs through Bridgestone corner and gets a run up the hill. Nothing in it, but they both get away a bit from McBrearty. Then it's Taff. Files just drives up alongside Taff on the way up the hill. Taff gets back at him on the brakes, though gets down the inside. They both go wide on the exit. Files almost cocking an inside wheel, but gets a good run on the way out. He's in the slipstream now as they pull 4th gear on the way down the back straight. Taff sees it coming, goes to the inside. Up front, I think Hoy is about to make a challenge for the lead here. He's very, very close to Irvine now as they head down towards 7A and 7B. Back up the hill now towards Bahrain's Benz. All bunching up just a little. This is great to see. Look at that train of lead minis coming towards us. McBrearty's been quick round this lap, but he's caught them both. Irvine a little bit wide, not too bad. In over that second curb, the whole lot of them. The FPS car in second place, the Stables car in third place. Hoy has to defend slightly, just turns in a fraction early, and that lets Irvine away, and it lets him away a lot on the exit. That's cost him a lot of time. That little bit of defending there on the way into that corner. It's such a long, long corner. Irvine turned in later, got on the power earlier, and pulled himself a length or two on the way out. And once again, Hoy's going to defend here. If he doesn't get to the outside now, he'll lose time on the way out. He doesn't. He's very late in the brakes, but certainly that will have given Irvine a little bit of a break and allowed him away. And Taff looks good there in 4th place as well. Let's watch his progress. Then Files. Then it's a gap back. Fastest lap to McBrearty that time round. Then it's Richardson, Finnegan, Nathan Sweeney, Travis Mulwiney, Harry Fares, Leo Richardson, Harry Fares, Harry Dowling, Liam McManus, Alex Watkins, Ryan Donnelly. And then we still have Keith Burke, we do. But we are missing Gavin Brown, I think. Irvine inching away a little bit, and Hoy missing the apex there at the second bit of turn 3, just a little bit wide on the exit, and again another length gone there to Hoy, and that allows McBrearty to get right up to the back of him. Down into the S's, on the power back up the hill, so they're certainly different, quicker at different parts of the track. Hoy is particularly quick through that last corner there, but I think he's just inching away with a little, there's been the odd little mistake, and that's allowing Kyle Irvine just to get away out front. The leader, we can definitely beginning to ease away now. And McBrearty with a big lunge down the inside of Hoy from way back. Gets up the inside, side by side. Hoy gives him racing room, and McBrearty gets the job done and takes that 2nd place away. So McBrearty in the Stables car up to 2nd place now as they come back up towards Bahrain's Benz, the right and left. Hoy back to 3rd place. Taff now right with them, and that's brought Files back into the equation as well, although Hoy's having a look down the inside. McBrearty covers it. All this allowing the leader to get away. Irvine got a strong lead there, 2-3 seconds maybe, as they head back towards Nordic Spirit corner. Right out over the curbs for Hoy, right out over the curbs for Taff. Hoy goes to the inside. It's covered by the Stables car, so he goes back to the outside. They all get a full racing line through the corner out onto the main straight. 8.5 minutes still to run this one. Turn 1, Hoy up the inside again of McBrearty. We'll be on the outside for Campion corner. Somebody slowing. Is that Finnegan possibly? In fact, Gavin Brown is still going. He's just gone by to complete another lap, so he's got back up and running again, doing respectable times too. That's Mulwhiney and Sweeney battling away there on screen. So it's Irvine, McBrearty, Hogan, Taff, Files, Joe Richardson, Martin Finnegan, Nathan Sweeney, Travis Mulwhiney, Harry Fares, Harry Dowling, Leo Richardson, Liam McManus, Alex Watkins, Ryan Donnelly, Keith Burke and Gavin Brown. It's all very spaced out for a junior mini race as they come down into Bridgestone corner one more time. Irvine out front, fastest lap to McBrearty, but just 2/10 quicker last time round, and the gap was at 1.8, so it's going to have to be a lot bigger than that if he's going to do anything about it with 5 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Leader heading up the hill already at Lola corner. Very spaced out even all the way down the grid. We're just looking at that. Dowling going through the S's there, Liam McManus going through as well, heading up the hill. Alex Watkins and Ryan Donnelly in his first ever race, going nicely. So big battle still going on down the field, but up front it's definitely spaced out here. It's Irvine, it's McBrearty, it's Hoy. Files has got ahead of Taff, but that was last time round, so no moves since. They're coming out onto the main straight now, the lead group. A little bit of a battle we're watching there with Finnegan, Sweeney, Mulwhiney. Just ahead of them is Joe Richardson, and just behind them is Harry Fares. And Harry Dowling, the two Harrys running together. And Liam McManus, Alex Watkins, Ryan Donnelly. We are missing, are we, Leo Richardson? Or is he still running? There it is. We let's look straight ahead. There's Richardson's car. We had a shot of it there. It's actually at the back gate. Yeah, I think that's the championship leader. Has not come through. He did 4 laps. He's not going to do any further. There it is. I think that's his car right there on the right-hand side of the screen. It is. He's retired from the race. I can see him from the commentary box out the window. Number 23, unbeaten in 5 races. The championship leader is not going to finish this race. Now, you can drop rounds, so he'll still be okay, but he's not going to win this one. We're going to have a first-time winner this time round. Looking at the moment like it's going to be either Kyle Irvine or Jaden McBrearty. Irvine's leading, but McBrearty is coming at him. There you are, Mount Marion Cars machine parked up, unfortunately, on the road, the access road back to the paddock entrance. There's a group coming out. That's Finnegan. That's the DMC.ie car. Barry John McHenry's Dunshaughlin Motor Company backing that young man. And Barry Hallian also offering encouragement and sending us messages here on WhatsApp, sitting at home watching it all. So Irvine leads. McBrearty's coming at him and leaving Hoy behind. He's fastest man on track the last 2 laps. The gap was 1.7. I think it might be slightly less, but there's only 2 minutes to go in this one. So this will be starting the final lap. It's definitely visibly closer, right out to the curb. McBrearty going nicely here. And Hoy, Files and Taff. Let's watch the lap times and they go by. 2:08.5. Irvine's gone quicker. 2:08.2 for McBrearty. Once again, another 0.3 of a second, but it's at 1.3. It's going to take a mistake for Irvine in order to be caught, because he's got the head down. He hasn't made any mistakes. He's in the 2:08s, but 2:08.2 fastest lap that time round for McBrearty. Jack Files has fastest sector 1, actually, quicker than anybody through sector 1. Hasn't managed to piece it up around the rest of the lap just yet. So we're a lot of minis spread out around the track, but not a lot of classic saloon car dices, although it's definitely getting closer for the lead. This is it. So we could have a race on the last lap, because very much on a charge now is Jaden McBrearty for the stables, and it's visibly closer. Here we go. There's our leader on the last lap, up over the inside curb, right out to the outside. McBrearty's car, though, right with him. It was 1.4 seconds when they went across the line. It's nothing like that now. McBrearty on a last lap charge. Can he do a Sean McGovern on it here as they head down towards 7A, and he closes them in on the brakes from way back. He's up onto the back bumper and up over the inside curb is Irvine. Kicks up a little bit of dust, but McBrearty's all over him now with just 4 corners to go. Here the two minis absolutely together. Will Irvine hang on? Can McBrearty pull it off here on the final lap for the Patch Tire Equipment Race 2? In over both curbs, both bouncing over the left curb. The stables car is almost close enough to have a go on this, the final lap. He goes high and wide. He's looking for a later turn in. He doesn't get it. In fact, that's an advantage to Kyle Irvine there. Even though he turned in earlier, he got away and he's increased the gap, and that might save him, because McBrearty's definitely not close enough to have a lunge here on the final lap. Final corner, Kyle Irvine looking very good. It's going to be the first non-Leo Richardson winner of 2025. Great drive by McBrearty to haul him in, but it's going to be Kyle Irvine. Absolutely fantastic drive from that young man. And he takes the checkered flag to take his first win at 2025. He's quite the character, that kid, and it's great to see him getting a win. Kyle Irvine. Jaden McBrearty into the 2:07s last time round. That's a quick lap. 2:07.654, 4/10 I think off the lap record for Jaden McBrearty. A great drive from him. Logan Hoy back on the podium. TJ Taff and Jack Files. And it's Joe Richardson. It's Martin Finnegan. Nathan Sweeney, great result in 8th. Mahwini in 9th. Harry Fairs in 10th. And Harry Dowling is going to be 11th. Indeed he is. He crosses the line. Then Leah McManus, P12. She gets into the 11s on her final lap. Fastest lap she's done. Alex Watkins next up. Ryan Donnelly. He goes through to get another signature for his first race. And then Keith Burke, who was involved in that incident, is still going out there, so he'll be next up. They all get to drive by the Leo Richardson car. They'll be doing up championship point additions and subtractions, no doubt, very quickly on this one, because that's going to put him way back in championship standings. However, he will be able to drop that round when we start dropping them towards the end of the year. So great stuff from Patch Tire Equipment Junior Minis. Brian Matthews will be heading down now to meet JR and Neil Murphy and do his podium presentations. I think Mark Quinlivan is probably around as well to get a few snaps as Leo Richardson's car is pushed back in. That is such a shame, because that young man very much on a roll, but it did give us a new winner here today in Kyle Irvine. He is standing up on the bonnet of the car. Great stuff from Kyle Irvine. Be delighted with that one. Drove really well. Big pressure in the closing stages there from Jaden McBrearty, who had fastest lap by a significant margin as he cruised up to the back, but just didn't get it right, didn't get it done before the checkered flag. Irvine wasn't going to hand it away anyway without a fight, and he takes the win, his first win of 2025 in the Patch Tire Equipment Junior Mini Challenge. Next up is going to be Fiesta ST Race number 2, the Alloy Repair Centre class. Roy White will start this one from pole position. The rallyman, Jack Conaghy alongside him, Ross Barnes, Derek Graham, Tim McQuaid and David Maguire. Then Dara McMullen. Well, by my calculations, McMullen was 6th in race 1. Something must have happened there, showing him as starting on row 3. So I just did a little bit of research, and there was a photo finish required. Roy White thought he was ahead of McMullen. There was nothing in it from my point of view. And even though the transponder results showed McMullen ahead, they used the camera end timing, which they do. And it showed that Roy White was just ahead. But I'm going to grab a quick word with Victor Cullen, who's here beside me, because just before this race starts. Victor, what a race.
It was very good. I was happy out, Leo. We went relatively well at the start. We were lucky with a few cars going out. It was tough to avoid, but we came out in a strong position, and we were happy with that. And then it was all about just getting the head down, preserving the tyres, and making sure we had the car under us to fight for the win.
Speaking like a pro, Victor.
Far from a pro, but I'm just happy out with the race win today.
Your family was up here and your dad was absolutely delighted. It's not often you see emotion in him on a race day. He's normally clinical, but he was absolutely delighted with that one.
I think it's the first time I've seen him where his heart rate was faster off the track than on the track, but I think we measured them earlier on, and he said that I think his was faster than mine. So he's very, very into it, and he's, from his dad as well. It's a great family tradition.
You're carrying it on beautifully, Victor. Well done. Fantastic stuff. Des would be delighted with that one if he's watching down on you. It was hard earned, but good entertainment from that side race. Actually, it was an absolute cracker. We'll be expecting more of the same from this, the Fiesta ST race. Victor raced in this class last year, as did his dad, but they're doing a bit of UK racing now. Victor racing the St. Michael's away in the UK, although he did do the striker race. 2 striker wins for Michael yesterday. Just decided on Friday afternoon to put an entry in. Why not? So Roy White, the rally man on pole position. Roy was very quick in the wet. Well, he still is very quick in the wet, but he's got quicker and quicker in the dry. Works really hard with the Murray Motorsport team on his on setup and stuff like that. And he's quite calm and composed. I spoke to him this morning. If he can get off the line in this one, he will be hard to get by, I'd imagine. Jack Conaghy, young charger in the class in the front row, outside of row 1. 5th place in race 1 gets him the front row start position for this one. The champion Ross Barnes on row 2, who really needs a win here to keep his title chances alive. Derek Graham, 76, always a danger when Derek Graham's around. Very clinical driver, stays out of trouble, very quick, loads of racecraft. Then I suppose in terms of pace, the 2 danger men are on the third row, aren't they? It's Tim McQuaid, who had pole position this morning and came a strong second in race 1, and David Maguire, who leads the championship and has been the pace of this class this year in the LOH Motorsport Beacon Hospital car. Then Darren McMullen, 99, Michael Graham's number 9, Marcus Hayes, 88, Bobby Turley, 77, Chris Jones, 11, Adam O'Mahony going well, the ex-Victor Cullen car, 47, then Owen Cullen, number 70, Chris Grimes, 86, 23, Matt Devereaux, and 21 is Trevor Farrar, and they're all on the grid. They're all ready to go with 160 brake horsepower Fiesta STs. And Conaghy has his car angled slightly towards the inside. Very aggressive stand. Oh, that's a great drone shot right across the top of the cars, isn't it? Looks really fantastic. I have to say that, see it live, I've upped the footage, upped the quality here. It's very, very good. It's White who gets away. Conaghy has to tip in behind him. Good start from Roy White. Marcus Hayes going slowly under the bridge. Let's hope the car's okay. Maybe, it's Roy White leading strongly now. Maguire already down the outside of everybody though. He's up to 4th, he's up to 3rd. A clear 3rd place for Maguire. He's got ahead of Ross Barnes, and he's already going to drive by Conaghy. He's gone off on the outside. Conaghy not giving him a whole lot of room, but does give him just enough. I love seeing this in saloon car racing, and we're seeing a lot of it in Mondello Park. He could have shoveled him off there, and he didn't. Barnes down the inside in the brakes. A little kiss on the back for Maguire. This definitely won't be going to plan for Ross Barnes now, with Maguire having got by him so early in the race. Maguire started this race 6th. He's already 2nd. Roy White will be fully aware what he's got to do. He's got to do 15 minutes of qualifying laps here to try and keep away from David Maguire. Tim McQuaid going nicely too. Not really the racecraft. He's relatively inexperienced, Tim McQuaid. He's got loads of pace, so we can expect him to start moving forward in the BYD Galway car. So Jack Conaghy boxed back just a little bit. Let's see where he is when they come back into view. Still in 3rd place. He did well not to get Barnes and McMullen coming to a little bit of elbowing on the exit of Lola corner. And in fact, Owen Cullen going nicely. He's out of 3 cars. He'd be delighted with that, and right with the pack as they come back down that long back straight. So Conaghy will try and hang on to Maguire. That's McQuaid. He is up a couple of places there. McMullen and Barnes still elbows out there. There's Adam O'Mahony going through. Cullen going over to the inside, very defensive. And that looks like Derek Graham trying to have a run up there. Maguire looking very composed through there. Conaghy trying to stay with him. McQuaid has made a good job of that 2nd half of the 1st lap. Oh, sideways stuff from Hayes there. Marcus Hayes, well held. He didn't lick that off the stone. Certainly a big four-wheel drift for him coming up into Brains Bends there in the LOH car. Ramping it over the curbs now is Roy White. You can tell he's trying, but already the gap beginning to close down. Dave Maguire using more track in the braking zone on the outside there as Derek Graham's down at the inside of McMullen, who just turns in anyway at the final corner. And right in the mix still is the Alloy Repair Centre car right in the back of this train. Watch this as they go by Owen Cullen. He's still on the back of that train as they go by us. So it's White, Maguire, Conaghy, McQuaid, McMullen, Derek Graham, Ross Barnes, Bobby Turley, Michael Graham, Chris Jones, Trevor Farrar, Adam O'Mahony, Owen Cullen, Marcus Hayes, Chris Grimes and Matt Devereaux is the order at the end of lap 1. So all heading back up the hill towards the main arena. Roy White still leading, but certainly closing in there is young Maguire. Conaghy looking good in third place. Not quite staying on Maguire, but Maguire is definitely bridging that gap now. He will have, I would imagine, have fastest lap the next time they come around. Maguire bouncing the car on the bump stops there as he comes out of the long left-hander Lola corner. That's Michael Graham trying to get up the inside of Turley there. Adam O'Mahony in the mix as well. Once again, Derek Graham looks down the inside of Darragh McMullen, but McMullen not for handing that place away. McMullen right up there in the championship as well. He usually gets that really good grid position. Didn't work out today. I had to find out why. But didn't get the pole position for race 1. Race 2, I should say. A little bit wide for Conaghy there, and he's dropping back into the clutches of the LOH car. Here's Maguire now on the hunt. Has a look down the outside. Roy White holds the inside. That'll make Maguire quicker on the exit. The apex gets on the power. They're both using all the track on the way out. Conaghy under big pressure behind now because McMullen having a sniff at Tim McQuaid and bringing Derek Graham with him. And Ross Barnes well back there by his standards. Barnes, remember, the champion from last year. He's sitting back there in 7th place at the moment with Bobby Turley right with him, Michael Graham, Chris Jones, Trevor Farrar, Adam O'Mahony and Owen Cullen. The outside, Tim McQuaid right round the outside of Conaghy there at Campion Corner. That's brave stuff, but he's managed to carry it off. McMullen's surely going to follow him through. He does, and straight into the back of McQuaid. And again, well, McQuaid's car getting a little bit upset at the back, just giving a little bit of a jump, but that's certainly Conaghy then gets the elbow by McMullen again out to the outside, but he keeps the shoe in. And Conaghy not lifting out of it, gets back down the inside. Derek Graham, meanwhile, is driven by both of them and goes right around the outside. This will be interesting stuff as they come out. But Graham driven wide. He always stays away from potential damage, does Derek Graham. That's Ross Barnes trying to get alongside him now. So Conaghy really trying to hold back McMullen now. He's trying up the inside now. McQuaid beginning to get away. Conaghy and McMullen absolutely together. Battle on for the lead as well up front. Oh, there's a big lunge down the inside from McMullen. Conaghy driven wide. Then it's Graham, Barnes, Turley, Michael Graham, Chris Jones, Trevor Farrar and Adam O'Mahony. Owen Cullen in there too. The battle closing right up for the lead now as they come back through Nordic Spirit Corner. We're just waiting for them here, and here they come. Maguire on a charge right up over the inside curb, right out to the outside there, and Roy White just holding the centre of the road. He doesn't look anyway hassled by this, but certainly David Maguire will be looking for moves here. He's a very, very quick young saloon car racer with oodles of racecraft and has been going very, very well lately. We're missing car number 6. That's Jack Conaghy's gone missing. There he is. So Conaghy off, having a look around the car. A little bit of steam coming from the car. So gone around to the left-hand side of the car to have a quick look at it, whatever happened. So we'll see if we can have a look and see what happened there. But certainly now it's still as it was for the lead with, how long have we got to go? 8 minutes and 20 seconds, around the halfway mark. So just slowed off. Some mechanical problems for Connacht there. That's a shame. He's going nicely, but he's just slowed. We're told, and pulled into the side according to our drone footage. So no contact. Obviously some sort of a problem with the car there. As they head back down into the S's, closing them up once again on the brakes is Maguire, but still going very quickly is Roy White. He's in the threes as well. Only a few tenths of a second in terms of their fastest lap times. And that's Derek Graham has got by Darren McMullen. Oh, and he's off. Off on the outside, not sure what happened there, but Derek Graham off and out onto the grass on the outside. But here we are, there's the two leaders coming up towards us. Let's have a look. There's Derek Graham down the inside. Mullen wide, and on the exit here, let's keep an eye. No, just drives off. Well, that's very odd. I'm not sure what happened there. He rejoins the track. He wasn't helped off the track. There's Connacht's car. Oh, safety car, I think, is it? Yeah, it is safety car because of Connacht's car. It's just in the firing line there. So the race being neutralized with 7 minutes to go. So just trying to get a bit of info on what's happening, but it is indeed that car of Jack Connacht. So he pulled in there, probably had no choice, just pulled in at the exit of Bahrain's Benz, but it's actually right in the firing line for the cars that are coming up the hill and trying to get turned in there, so we'll have to be just dragged the other way. I'm not sure if they'll move it to the infield on the far side, which is probably what they'll do, or maybe they'll try and get it back in. It's a long lap, so if they get it hooked up quickly, they might be able to get back running, but I know the clerk of the course will be saying, just get it out of the way. There's Connacht now coming out of 7B. Back up the hill. We'll see if we can get any footage of him. Now we're back to the safety car where we were, I think. Or not. No, not so much. There he is. Yeah, that's him on the right, just slowing there. Yeah, no. Just slowing on the way back up the hill. So it looks like no drive. I think he would have pulled to the inside if he got a chance. But yeah, the car just slowing right down the parking on the grass. It's still not towed away just yet. So unless they get that done quickly, there could be another lap here. There they are now. He's not getting back in the car, so I'm not sure what's happening here, but there's obviously some sort of an issue. There's nothing being done. They must be, maybe, are they waiting for the teleporter? Which will take quite a while to get out there. So I'm not sure if that's a detached towing hoop or what's happened, but there's obviously some sort of an issue. Get a good look at it there. Well, it's all hooked up. Maybe some sort of suspension failure or something, and the car can't be towed. I don't know. There's obviously some sort of a problem out there. The train is just going to go by them now. There it goes. So they will end up doing another lap. Okay, so they're unhitching it. They obviously can't tow that car. There will be a valid reason for that because John Rock is out there and he's done this for many, many years. So if that car was towable, he would already have it dragged to the infield. I don't see the teleporter being dispatched, and even if I did, it would take quite a while to get there, so I'm not sure what is going to happen here. Safety car still out there. Car's lapping at a reduced rate. Red flag is out, so it must be a teleporter, and they don't want to put the teleporter out on the track. I'm surmising here, I might be wrong. I think they won't want to put the teleporter out on the track while it's while the cars are still running. So there's a red flag, the car's going to be brought back to the start-finish line. There's Connacht's car, and yeah, it looks like it's going to be a teleporter job. Wonder could the digger behind lift it? I'm joking, of course. But if we can get that car, get back in, we'll get racing again with the Fiesta ST Championship. But meanwhile, let's take a quick commercial break here on the live coverage of the ICCR at Mondello Park.
Introducing Castrol Edge, formulated to deliver at least 30% improved performance versus tough industry limits. Performance achieved throughout the engine, including the pistons, turbo, and valve train. Its Power Boost technology combines contact performance additives that dynamically respond on the surfaces of fast-moving engine components with high-quality advanced full synthetic base oils. Power Boost technology gives drivers the confidence to demand more power and acceleration when they need it most.
Opel Astra Electric.
GSE.
Sometimes when you get to where nobody is supposed to follow you, people actually start to do it. Well, unless you go too far. The new Jeep Avenger, now available in e-hybrid for Freedom followers.
If you call a car Grandland, you make it grand. You design an electric logo. A super low battery range. And 50,000 intelligent LEDs.
It's grand.
Sure is. New Opel Grandland.
Available in hybrid and electric. Go grand.
The Blitz is more than just a logo to us. It represents who we are. It stands for the energy that flows into every single Opel, and for our restless ambition to always go further, even if it means to break old patterns. By 2028, we will be fully electric. This is our focus, our energy, and we manifest it with a new, even more energetic Blitz. Like never before, it stands for who we are and where we go. Because it's much more than just a logo. It's our compass to head forward.
Opel, a proud sponsor of Irish rugby. Drive on.
We're back. So ST's back on track and we are going racing again. The clock is ticking down already at 3 minutes, 4 odd minutes. So I think it's going to be a safety car coming up on screen. Yes, safety car. So we're restarting under the safety cars. Not a restart, not a standing start restart. The race will be continued. It was just paused. And we've 76% of the race completed. We'll be lucky to get a lap. I think they're being led round by the BMW. BMW, I've been saying that for years, by the Alfa Romeo Ireland Alpha Junior out in front with the flashing light on board. So White just has to hold off Dave McGuire and make it sound easy. He's got to hold off Dave McGuire for another lap or two when this one gets going. But Dave McGuire will be fired up. He'll be looking for another win here at Mondello Park. But Roy White looked very settled. He didn't look any way rattled by what was going on behind him. So that'll be quite interesting. Fiesta ST is coming back round towards us now. 2 brains bends, tyres up to temperature. You'll notice the flashing light is off on the top of the Alpha Junior. So that means we're going to go racing at Mondello Park with just 1 minute 55 to go. So it's going to be 1 lap. Roy White's, has he got the jump here? Dave McGuire not on his back bumper. Junior Unlike McMullen, who's actually almost pushing Tim McQuaid up the hill. He knows how it happens. Going racing here. Definitely Roy White has got the jump on David McGuire Jr. I'm surprised at that. Good work by Roy White. He's got himself 2 lengths with a lap to run here at Mondello Park. It's Roy White, it's McGuire, it's McQuaid, McMullen, Ross Barnes, Turley. Is that Michael Graham? It is ahead of Derek Graham, Chris Jones, Trevor Farrar, Owen Cullen, Chris Grimes, Matt Devereaux and Adam O'Mahony, and that's your order with just a lap to run. It's 1 minute 15 left on the clock as we go through Campion Corner. Can David McGuire do anything about Roy White, or can Roy White take a win here at Mondello Park for Murray Motorsport? Roy White drove very well in the first portion of this race. McGuire very slightly quicker, not by much, and got up to him, but catching is one thing, getting by is another, and Roy White's pretty experienced. He's very experienced on the rally stages, but he's reasonably experienced around the circuit as well. He's done very, very well. He's made lots of progress, and he certainly will not hand this one away without a big scrap as they go out onto the curbs at the edge. Roy White holds the centre of the road. Watch for a lunge from McGuire. It doesn't come there. They're both leaving the third place car, Tim McQuaid behind them. Good run through Lola Corner for Roy White. He doesn't lose anything there to McGuire. Onto the back straight now. A slight toe perhaps for McGuire as they get a bit to fourth gear. It's not gaining anything. And Roy White doing nicely here. Look, leaves a gap down the inside. Almost tempting Dave McGuire. McGuire not looking too threatening at this stage of the lap. 4 corners to go. He gets a good run on the way out though, McGuire. Here we go, Murray Motorsport versus LOH Motorsport for the second win. Come down towards us, Roy White through the right-hander at Bahrain's Benz. Through the left-hander at Bahrain's Benz now. This is the end of the race now. Clock is down to 0, there we go. Right with him, but Roy White again, a good exit, that's what he needs. But McGuire is within a car length. He is close enough to have a stab into the final corner now. Nordic Spirit corner, once again Roy White committed through there. And he's got himself a length, all he's got to do is defend here. That's exactly what he does, high and wide for McGuire, looking for a drag race to the line. No mistakes from Roy White. Here he comes out onto the straight. And Murray Motorsport will be delighted with this one. Roy White's going to take a win at Mondello Park. Indeed, he does a hard-earned win for Arbelos, and he takes that one just about from the Beacon Hospital car of Dave McGuire Jr., the championship leader. That's a great drive from Roy White. David McGuire second, another podium for Tim McQuaid. Then Darragh McMullen, Ross Barnes, Michael Graham, Derek Graham. Michael gets one over on his dad there. Good stuff from Michael Graham. Bobby Turley, Chris Jones, Trevor Farrar, Owen Cullen 11th, continues to improve. Chris Grimes and Matt Devereaux. So great stuff from Fiesta STs. Missing Adam O'Mahony. He's at the back gate there and driving the car back in, but obviously a problem we went missing there on the final lap, I think. So great stuff from the Alloy Repair Centre Fiesta STs. Loads of entertainment, as we come to expect. Next up is going to be Boss Ireland. Now it's a lot drier than it was when they were out the last time. Maybe they can chase that lap record. Big ask, outright lap record at Mondello Park, but Sylvie Mullen's very determined to have a go at it. So this should be an interesting race for the Boss Ireland cars. They're beginning to creep edge out of the garages onto the apron there in the pit lane. Great aerial shot of the ICCR paddock. It's a busy place this weekend at Mondello Park. See the boss cars there just to the left of the centre of your picture, just coming out of the garages. Sylvie Mullins will start this one from pole position. Tony Greenan alongside. Then it's Dara Daly, who won the last race. Very impressive run from Dara Daly. Noel Robinson, Daniel Faherty, Mark Reed, Gary Graham, Stephen Larkham, Roisin Sweeney, and Noel Roddy is the order. Sylvie Mullins just beginning to move out of the pit lane there in the 191 Jordan, liveried Gould. It's a hill-climb car with a Formula 1 Judd engine in it. Sylvie coming from a hill-climbing background from the west of Ireland. Very, very talented driver on the hills and on the circuits. Number 31. 7 Up, Tic Tac, all the Ireland even on the side of it. And Fujifilm on the back wing. Sylvie Mullins plant tire in there too. Sits quite high and a little bit exposed in that car compared to the modern cars and the Formula 3 cars we see around us. Green flag and away he goes. Great sound effects. Tony Greenan burns the back tires off the F3 cars. He heads out, as does Dara Daly. No surprise there. Mark Reed, much more sedate coming out the pit lane. Jim Larkham, Roisin Sweeney, equally sedate. No lighting up the tyres. Under orders from Paul Heavey, no doubt. So they come out in the 2 little 1 litre Leastones, beautiful little cars. Boss Ireland cars weaving around, getting some heat into those slick tyres. Sylvie Mullins, the man we're going to watch here. Let's have a quick look again at these lap records. I'm not sure if conditions, the track's been soaked that many times and there was drifting last weekend. I know it's cleaned itself up, but it'd be very hard to get near that at 28.708. But Sylvie was confident after testing on Friday that he might be able to get there. The last time he broke the lap record, he went out really soft hill climb tyres and half a tank of fuel, not enough for the race. Broke the lap record and came into the pits. So great stuff. Here we come, the Top Line Hardware Formula Boss Ireland Championship down for their second race of the weekend. Expect plenty of noise, plenty of speed, maybe even a new lap record. What's the Boss Ireland lap record actually? It's a little bit slower, 32.2. Let's see if Sylvie can have a go at that one first. So good stuff. Sylvie Mullins, Tony Greenan, Dara Daly, Michael Connolly, Michael Roach, Noel Robinson, Daniel Faherty, Mark Reed, Gary Graham. The revs are up, we're getting ready to go. Greenan looking to get the jump. They're all very eager, but it's Mullins who gets away first. Nobody stalls this time, they're all away. Roisin Sweeney a little bit slow away, but she didn't stall it. She's still going there, but certainly a little bit tardy off the line, almost as if it stuttered a minute when she got it going. Oh, Dara Daly being nice and feisty up to third place. Michael Roach on a big charge as well. Good stuff as the Boss Ireland cars stream down towards turn 3. Incredible pace. That's Sylvie Mullins up front. It's Tony Greenan in second. It's Dara Daly in third. It is Michael Roach who went so well in the last race, but alongside him is Michael Connolly on a big blast back up the hill. And Stephen Larkham there. And Roisin Sweeney coming up the hill with Gary Graham in the F3 car as well. Oh, and the car bouncing around. Sylvie looks like he's pushing hard on this, the opening lap on cold tyres, doesn't he? You see that car getting on the power, the car sitting down and gripping as he got that run down. There's Larkham and the little Radical. And it's Roisin Sweeney as they head down towards 7A and 7B. Roach off Connolly at this stage. Connolly gets the back. He doesn't mind getting that big car out of shape, does he? Michael Connolly's not afraid of the loud pedal at all. Great stuff. There's Daly, Roach, Connolly. Oh, going in very deep there was Noel Robinson. In fact, not too far from him is Mark Reed in the first of the Leastones, the Selco.ie Leastone Formula 1000s. But already up at the final corner is Sylvie Mullins. And in fact, Dara Daly has closed down Tony Green. And there you go, on screen now. Going to try and line him up and get by on the main straight. He should be able to do this. He's got a lot more power than F3 car. Indicator on, pulls out and blasts by to take second place. Oh, Greenan comes back at him on the brakes down the inside though. Great stuff. Doesn't quite manage it on that occasion. But Daly will just want to get away. He won't want to be battling with a Formula 3 car. He wants to get the head down and get after Sylvie Mullins. Sylvie's just on a standing start lap. Think about that. A standing start lap in 1 minute 37. That's pretty quick around here. So let's see what they do when the flying laps start coming at us shortly. Some fantastic stuff. Boss Ireland. Noel Robinson visibly pushing very hard as well. This is Mullins from Daly though. There's Greenan. Roach very wide, but that's the line he takes around there. Mullins up over the inside curve. This is going to be the first flying lap now. Mullins coming out of the final corner. We're watching the timing screen to see what lap time he can do. Here we go. Oh, great shot of him there. Look at the speed of that car. 1:30.914. 1 minute 30.914. That is a new Boss Ireland lap record by a significant margin. New Boss Ireland lap record of 1:30.914. But he's chasing the outright lap record of a 28.7. So 2 seconds still to find. What a lap time. 1 minute 30.914. Smashed the Boss Ireland lap record. So a new class lap record for Sylvie Mullins. That's not what he was aiming for, but I don't think conditions are really perfect for him to go any better. All the rest going through here. Great stuff from Sylvie Mullins. Nothing Dara Daly can do about him at the moment. Visibly quick, even from the drone, visibly quick. Oh, and Roisin Sweeney put on the grass by Noel Roddy going by the grandstand there, very close to a junt. She was down the outside. Roisin went down the outside. Noel Roddy, I'm not sure if he saw her, but just moved straight across, 2 wheels on the grass for Roisin, but just as they went by the commentary box here. But Sylvie Mullins, none of this bothering him. He's out front with the head down. 5.4 seconds to the good, and quite obviously on another push lap here. So Mullins absolutely flying. 25-second first sector. Dara Daly matching him, in fact, slightly quicker through that first sector, 25 seconds. Here's Mullins now on the brakes again. Look at that, good late turn in. 2 or 3 goes at it on the power, putting down black lines on the track, up through the gears. Can he better a 1:30.914? No, 31.1. I think that's probably as quick as he's going to go. 31.1. Might slow down and do another lap, but if he does that, Dara Daly will be on him. Daly on a 33.2, so they got out to 7.5 seconds now. Sylvie Mullins clearly dominant here, but not quite managing to 31.1 and 30.914. Really quick lap time round here at Mondello Park. They're coming out of the last corner. That's Noel Roddy and Roisin Sweeney. Slow start for Roisin. She's got going again. Just blasts by Noel Roddy there. Noel in the Formula 4 2000. Roisin in the Leastone 1000. So it's only half the CC, but it should be a lot quicker than Formula 4 2000. She should get away now. First single-seater race weekend for her. As we said, a former Irish Motorsport Ireland Tillotson's E4 karting champion, racing in Global Lights this year in the Nordic Spirit car. So that she's in the Salco. Leastone Paul Heavey reaching out to help another young driver. He's done that for many years in Formula V and in Formula 1000, and indeed has taken drivers to the UK to do the monoposto class, Max Hart included, to race over there. Mark Reed, every time he gets into one, is very, very quick. So a good yardstick to measure drivers there. And Mullen goes through again, 31 dead, so matching that original time within a tenth, but not quick enough for the lap record. Mullins, Daly, Green and all gone through. Michael Roach in 4th place, Michael Connolly in 5th. That's Mark Reed at his usual giant killing antics in the Leastone there. He's ahead of Fergus Fardy, I think. Mark Reed in 7th place. Daniel Fardy, sorry. Just ahead of Daniel Fardy, the Formula 1000 car, going nicely, holding back that F3 car. It's even more impressive when you realise they're running on the international track. Reed is nothing if not committed. It's Larkham and Gary Graham just behind them. We're watching now, going through Campion Corner and out towards turn 3. Here's a battle between two very different motor cars, an F3 car of Graham's and the Radical of Larkham. Mullins goes through again, 31.928. I think that's probably about the extent of it. He has smashed the boss lap record there as Gary Graham tries to get on terms with Larkham, coming up Kennedy's Rise there and heading for Lola Corner. Gary Graham trying to get down the outside with Stephen Larkham going defensive, holding the inside line. Come back towards us again, towards Moraine Bends, nothing he can do. Larkham just placing the car in the centre of the road. Good battle ahead again between, I think that's Reed and Fardy, isn't it? It is. So two battles there in this one. This is Reed coming out of the final corner in the first of the Leastones. Across the line, great shot. The static shot is really good. It just shows the impression of speed from these cars. Mark Reed with a 42.7 that time. Still hanging on in front of Fardy. Intriguing battle, two very different cars. There certainly wouldn't be much in terms of downforce in the Leastones, but they're very light, they're nimble, and Paul Heavey has them set up to perfection for this Mondello Park circuit. You can probably hear going by behind me again as Mullins still on another fast lap. 32.8 though, the time's coming out just a little bit. Dara Daly goes through. 33.9, so the lap time's probably getting the Daily getting closer just as a result of the leader slowing down just a little bit. That's good coverage there of Reed holding off Fardy on the run down to 7A and B. Certainly not letting that car by at all, just placing the car in the centre of the track. He knows where the F3 car is quicker and he knows exactly where to place that little Leastone. Through Moraine Bends, the right-hander, great shot of it from above, and the left-hander, if anything, he gains a little bit going through there. Here they come, last straight now, back down to Nordic Spirit Corner, up over the curb, right out to the outside. Hard on the brakes to south, so you can see the car moving around under Mark Reed. He's got the brake balance just right there, then gets on the power as early as he can. He knows the F3 car will come at him here. .43.2 for Reed, 43 dead for Fardy, so nothing in it really between them as they go by there. Mullins about to start another lap here. Absolutely flying. He's beginning to lap some of these guys. missing. You'll see Mark Reed there, I think. No, he's still in battle. Still Mark Reed hanging on just about now. Fardy beginning to get very, very close to him. As they head up the hill one more time, Fardy says this is where he was so quick through this corner the last time, and Reed had to place the car well to go by. And he gets a run at him this time. He's thinking what I was thinking. Reed moves across. Can the F3 car get alongside of Fardy? That's not quite. That's Mark Reed really using his head. As soon as he stopped scrubbing off speed, for want of a better description, straight over to the right-hand side. The F3 car got a great run on him coming through. That's where it works, the downforce on the F3 car through there, and Fardy using that well to get a run at the Leastone. But Mark Reed, despite being on the ragged edge, still knows exactly where to place that car when he gets challenged. He does it again here. Turns in a little bit early, no space around the outside. Slows them both right down, gets on the power. It's not slow in a straight line, that little Leastone. And up they go to the final corner. There's our leader. We're down to 3 minutes to go in this one for Sylvie Mullins. 43.1 for Reed, 43.1 for Fardy. That time round exactly the same lap times. .43.7 for Gary Graham. 45 dead for Stephen Larkham. Still that battle race. The only battle on track really at the moment is Mark Reed trying to hold back Daniel Fardy. Mullins still leads Daly in second place, Tony Greenan in third place, still going well, but just can't stay with these bigger cars on the international track. At the national track, he might be able to have a go. Certainly not so much on the international track. Oh, big sideways stuff. Reed knows what he's got to do here. Just see that armful of opposite lock, and then he gets across to the right. Exact same as the last time. So fantastic stuff. Mullins leads from Daly and Greenan. Yeah, there's a good battle. That's Roach. Oh, just when I said it, commentator's curse. We were just chasing them there with the cameras to see where they were. Michael Connolly's had no luck today, but he was all over the back there of Michael Roach. That was a good battle about to start, but didn't really translate into anything in the end. So Mark Reed on the main straight now. There we go, oh, down the inside, just in the front of the shot there. Side by side, it looked like Fardy had got up the inside. There we go, that's the battle, and he has got by out of our shot. We just saw them briefly side by side. Oh, but I don't think Mark Reed's going to get this back. It's a bad place in the track to lose the lead because the F3 car is going to be quicker out of here. Look at that stretch against the lead. It's going to be way quicker through the next one. But let's watch the commitment from Mark Reed as he tries to make sure he doesn't lose much time through here. We saw him the last time with an arm full of opposite lock. Yeah, the F3 car just drives away through there. Look at the lead he has inside half a lap. He's just away down the road, and not even Mark Reed can do anything about that. As they head down, he can do it on the brakes, though he goes way back in late on the brakes. They've got Sylvie Mullins motoring up behind them to put a lap on them as well. So Mark Reed can only hope that Mullins gets by him, no problem, and then he catches the next car in a bad area of the track and slows himself down, but I don't think that's going to happen. This is the last lap, so Mullins mightn't have to pass them at all. He could ease off, and he could just let them go for another lap and him not have one if he wanted. I'm not sure if Sylvie Mullins knows the meaning of ease off, though. On the final lap here, he's got a new boss lap record, which is pretty impressive stuff. That's 3 lap records broken this weekend at Mondello Park. Always a great sign. Blue flag's been waved. Mark Reed, absolutely fantastic, completely offline for the leader. Allows Sylvie Mullins to get his full racing line. Tucks in behind him. Fergus Brennan has got the checkered flag ready, and there's the checkered flag for your new Boss Ireland lap record holder, Sylvie Mullins, and that new lap record is 1:30.914. So well done to Sylvie Mullins. Dara Daly won the first race and he's second in this race. Greenan is going to be third. He's currently at the final corner. A lot of cars still circulating. Tony Greenan takes the checkered flag to take third place in the F3 car. Big gaps behind him. It's going to be Michael Roach and Noel Robinson, I think. Yep, there's Michael Roach. Just see him coming into view out of your shot. That's the leader, just cooling down. They come back into pit lane, the Boss Ireland cars. They don't come in the back gate like everybody else. Roach takes fourth place. Good drive for him. Noel Robinson takes fifth. That's all of them done across the line, I think. One car still running. Oh, Noel Roddy's still running out there, so he's got to get to the line. As indeed has Faherty, I think. Sylvie Mullins coming back in the pit lane. Beautifully turned out car, that gold. See the solar panels on the roof of the corporate suites here at Mandela Park. They're also on the roof of the museum on the far side. So we've got one more race to go and it should be action-packed. It's the third race of the day for the Irish Legends, but before we go to them, let's have a quick commercial break.
Electric. GSE.
Sometimes when you get to where nobody is supposed to follow you, people actually start to do it. Well, unless you go too far. The new Jeep Avenger, now available in e-hybrid for Freedom followers.
If you call a car Grandland, you make it grand. You design an electric logo. A super low battery range. And 50,000 intelligent LEDs. It's grand. Sure is.
New Opel Grandland. Available in hybrid and electric. Go grand.
The Blitz is more than just a logo to us. It represents who we are. It stands for the energy that flows into every single Opel, and for our restless ambition to always go further, even if it means to break old patterns. By 2028, we will be fully electric. This is our focus, our energy, and we manifest it with a new, even more energetic Blitz. Like never before, it stands for who we are and where we go. Because it's much more than just a logo. It's our compass to head forward.
Opel, a proud sponsor of Irish rugby. Drive on.
Well, for the last time of the weekend, the Alfa Romeo Ireland Junior leads the cars around, and its legends. They've given us great entertainment all weekend. We've had 5 races from them. This is number 6, and I don't expect that to change. Dennis Lambert will start on pole position. Derek Hogan in the Pink Panther alongside him. Jonathan Patterson. Michael Barrable will surely, after a rough weekend, be looking for a good result here. Watch out for James Byrne on row 3 and Gordon Brown, very quick as well. Willie Lawrence, Declan Burke, all the quick guys. Richie Power, Sylvie Bartlett in there too. Lee Malone and Scott Jackson are both back on row 6, both potential winners in this one, as is Nico Frank, who's right at the back again. Nico Frank going really, really well this weekend. He's had a win. He's top rookie in the championship and really going nicely with POB racing. Then 66 is Richard Spence. So 37 Dennis Lambert as we saw on pole position. Derek Hogan alongside him. Derek Hogan, very experienced, raced Fiat Unos years ago here at Montello Bikes, moved up to many classes. He's raced Fiesta ZTECs in the 6-hour race, Global GT Lights, many different cars. Huge motorsport fan. His whole family are motorsport fans, and they used to be big supporters of the A1 GP team back in the day, and big Alex Dunn supporters now. Here they come out onto the main straight. Dennis Lambert will be looking to hang on to this one now, but Derek Hogan will be looking for a run down the outside. Watch Barrable on row 2 in the bright yellow and blue car. Barrable pulls to the outside. Gordon Brown goes to the outside. It's almost 3 abreast, but nobody makes a run. The front row did a good job. Hogan's latest on the brakes. Big lockups for a few people there, but nobody gets collected. Well done, they all stay apart. Barrable gets driven a bit wide, is back to 4th place as they head for Campion Corner for the first time. Great sight and great sound as the legends streak through there. Down towards the long left-hander Bridgestone corner for the first time. Lambert going nicely, eking out a bit of a lead here from Hogan. Barrable up to 3rd place and looking a little bit threatening. Gordon Brown and the rest coming through. It's not Nico Frank. He was right at the back if it was. All sorting themselves out. Barrable up to second place, lunges down the inside of Derek Hogan. I did say he'd be in a determined mood. He's had 2 first lap spins, Michael Barrable, which I don't know if it ever happened in his career before. He's always a consistent top finisher and a championship winner. Doesn't normally make mistakes. I didn't see them. Maybe he got a little bit of help, but certainly hasn't been a great weekend for Michael Barrable. He's making up for it now. He gets down the inside and he takes the lead at 7B just as he came back into shot. Michael Barrable not in a mood to take prisoners today. He leads and the MB Motors car begins to pull away already. Up to second place. Who's that having a go? It's Derek Hogan again. A good move down the inside, but gets eased a little bit wide. It doesn't really work out. There's power. There's Nico Frank, I should say, right in the middle of it. Somebody down the inside of Derek Hogan there. Hogan slips back a place. That's Richie Power in there too, I think, is it? The Navy car. Hard to differentiate them all as they come back up towards us, but it is definitely Michael Barrable leading. Richie Byrne with a move down the inside now. Gets way out of shape, but gets by Derek Hogan. Can he get stopped and turned in? He can. He's away down the straight. Good move from James Byrne. They go by us now. Let's check the order. It's Michael Barrable leading. It's Dennis Lambert in second place. It's Gordon Brown, James Byrne, second rookie, and up to fourth place overall. Willie Lawrence, Derek Hogan, Scott Jackson, Nico Frank up 5 places, Declan Burke, Richie Power, Sylvie Bartlett, Richard Spence, Lee Malone and Jonathan Patterson, and that is the order as they went by. At the end of lap 146 is off though on the outside there. That's Declan Burke. He had been running in 9th place, not anymore. And now James Byrne having a go at Dennis Lambert. Gordon Brown's already, oh no, it's not Dennis Lambert, is it? It's Willie Lawrence he's having a go at. In fact, Willie Lawrence was behind him when they went across the line, so he's got ahead. That's me getting confused with 2 blue cars. Apologies for that one. So Barrable, Lambert, Brown, Byrne, Lawrence was the order when they went across the line. Even that's changed now. Oh, Sylvie Bartlett making contact there at the S's with the back of Nico Frank's car, just upsetting it as they came out on the straight. Nico held onto it well, big armful of opposite lock. Doesn't really cost him any time as they head up the hill. Kennedy's Rise, the long hill up to this corner, Lola corner, which is crucial. You can really see the legends moving around. They've got hard treaded tires on them. That's what they've always run, and they're designed to move around a little bit on you, designed to take quite a lot of driving. As we said before, there's a little bit of a technique to driving them, but the guys that race them absolutely love them, and anyone that tests them absolutely loves them as well. Barrable back towards us again. Fastest lap for him. Obviously last time round it was standing start lap. He's not really getting away that much. Lambert drifting the car beautifully through Bahrain's bends there. Just a tiny touch of opposite lock through the second bit. Bartlett right in the middle of that group. Their Barrable is beginning to ease away now towards the second half of this lap. Gap was 1.2 seconds. I'm not sure it's a whole lot more, but I mean, just towards this, as we said at the end of this lap, he is beginning to get away. Gordon Brown out of shape there, up to 3rd place, bringing Willie Lawrence with him, who's on a move. And behind Willie Lawrence is not James Byrne. Is it Scott Jackson? It is Scott Jackson from the back of the grid. Well, from row 6. Yep, Scott Jackson he's up 2 places on that lap to 5th place. Fastest lap is to Willie Lawrence, 59.6, which is half a second quicker than Michael Barrable out front. And the gap at 1.4 seconds didn't grow that much to Dennis Lambert that time round. Does look like it's grown already though, even through those first corner 1 and 2. So Michael Barrable with the head down to be very, very keen to get a win here with 5 minutes to go in this one, 5.5 minutes to go of an 8-minute race. So number 1 having a look down the outside there. That's Scott Jackson looking at Willie Lawrence, trying to get a better run on the way up the hill. Also going up there is Lee Malone, started at the back as well. He's making progress. He was in 7th when he went by us the last time. So that is Brown, Lawrence and Jackson together. In fact, they're closing in on Dennis Lambert, but not by much. Dennis Lambert going very well here in 2nd place. There's Barrable. You can see all the minute adjustments required as the back end moves around on him, almost laying down rubber. There's a good run right round the outside there for position as Scott Jackson gets around the outside of Willie Lawrence. Gets it done, carries the speed, moves across to the centre of the road. He's a little bit smoky though, isn't he, on the overrun there. That's not a locked tyre. That looks like engine smoke, but a little bit from Willie Lawrence as well. Can he get by Gordon Brown? That's next on his shopping list as they come back up the hill towards Bahrain's bends now. Gets alongside. Brown goes defensive. Not really a good corner to go defensive on because you've got a high speed corner. It gives them both the run at him on the way up the hill. Lawrence having a look down the inside as well, as Scott Jackson goes a little bit wide. And Willie Lawrence gets up the inside of him, and they're side by side now as Barrable goes through to complete another lap. Oh, 3-car dice here, but certainly number one getting the better of them there. Scott Jackson, can he get down the inside? Oh, there's contact. There just wasn't much room. He crossed up. Has he broken something there? The car looks very wayward. It's still wobbling around. I suspect there might be a little bit of, no, maybe not. I was going to say there might be a bit of broken suspension there, but absolutely not. They're strong little cars. He keeps going. We might have a look back at that one. Might have a look back at that one there if we get a chance down into turn one, because there were all sorts of shapes and angles on the brakes down there, and that was Scott Jackson looking for a gap down the inside, and Gordon Brown not leaving much more than the width of one car. Barrable, Lambert, Brown, Jackson, Lawrence, Malone, Bartlett, Byrne, Power and Spence is your top 10 with 3 minutes to run in the final race of the weekend here at Mondello Park on the Beacon Hospital live stream. It's the third round of the ICCR. Three cars. Battle still rages. 16 getting out of shape. Well held there, Gordon Brown. The car's moving around. The tire's pretty much shot at the end of the weekend. We can have another look at that down in the end. We've 2.5 minutes to go, but that first corner incident we can have a look at. Just show you how strong these cars are. There we go. There's Barrable down the outside. Dennis Lambert going nice. He's got away from this. But on a mission is number one. Down the inside is Scott Jackson. Gordon Brown just gives him the big squeeze. Watch this. They both get out of shape a little bit here. Oh, they both got in too late. They both get out of shape. And the back end of Scott's car just hitting Gordon Brown slightly, launching him up in the air. But this is where it looks like something's broken. Massive opposite lock. Slows down, then goes back the other way, up onto the inside car. Fishtails back the other way. But he's still going at racing speed. So as we said, strong little cars. Good stuff. Slight territorial dispute. Barrable's car now beginning to pump out a little bit of smoke on overrun. This, I think, will be the final lap. So Michael Barrable back where he'll feel he belongs on the top step. He's been there many, many times over the years in many different classes. Formula Ford 1600, Fiat Uno Cup, Irish touring cars back in the day. Dunlop Saloon cars it was called when he raced in it. And then he came back and did Fiesta ZTEC. Did the 6-hour race with the Suns for a bit of fun. Liked it, came back, won the championship. Won the 6-hour race on a number of occasions. They are one of the top teams and very hard to beat. And they'll be back out again in November in the Fiesta 6-hour race. So there goes Michael Barrable now. I'm preempting it here. He hasn't won it just yet, but he's doing 1.9 seconds now ahead. I'm very impressed with Dennis Lambert. He's a rookie in this one. Michael Barrable is anything but a rookie, and that gap hasn't gone out to over 2 seconds. It was 1.1 initially, and it's just only eking out. And the other guys are really quick, Lawrence, Jackson and Brown, and they are not catching Dennis Lambert. So I'm very impressed with Dennis Lambert's driving here and hanging it around the outside there to Scott Jackson for position on the last lap, trying to have a go at Willie Lawrence. Lawrence not having any of it. Almost had it done, but that was total commitment. Round Lola corner on the last lap, trying to get up the inside, can't get that done either. They're all beginning to smoke just a little bit. It's been a long weekend for these little legends. They're air cooled, it'll be tough on them. So there's Barrable for the last time, to the left, to the right. MB Motors, the car supermarket in Airside. Michael and Rob out there. Peter Barrable, the other son, brings in Jap Import Cars. So they're very much ensconced in the motor trade. He was a main Fiat dealer from about 1992 up to recent times. Michael Barrable had a few other franchises, but now enjoying the life of running a car supermarket. Himself and Linda. Here he comes up to the final corner. Southside Motor Factory's corner. The checkered flag is prepared. What a battle. Around goes Gordon Brown. Michael Barrable won't be bothered. He takes the final win of the weekend here at Mondello Park. Michael Barrable, great drive. I did say watch out for him on the warm-up lap. Dennis Lambert, brilliant drive to second place. Just 1.8 seconds back. Really, really good stuff. Fractionally faster than Barrable on the final lap. Willie Lawrence, all the pressure soaked up by Willie. Well done to him. Then Scott Jackson, Lee Malone, Sylvie Bartlett, Gordon Brown, Richie Power, James Byrne, Richard Spence, Derek Hogan and Declan Burke. And that completes the running for the final race of the day, final race of the weekend here at the third round of the ICCR at Mondello Park. A huge thanks as ever to the Beacon Hospital for helping us with the live stream, and to Martin and his crew at See It Live. Wonderful job. Right, so there you are, great weekend here at Mondello Park, and we've a lot more coming. The ICCR will be taking a little bit of a break. Now we won't be back until September, which is the Leinster Trophy meeting. But next month we've got the Historic Festival, Mondello Park Historic Festival. That is due to be a massive event at Mondello Park. It hasn't been announced yet. I'll be wrapped on the knuckles for telling you, but there is a Jordan and Eddie Jordan Appreciation Day. There is talk of Eddie Jordan's family coming to Mondello Park, and the Robbers, Eddie Jordan and the Robbers, the band, playing here at Mondello Park on the Saturday of the Historic Festival. We're hoping to get some Jordan cars across from the UK, static and on-track displays, and perhaps some other cars that Eddie Jordan drove through his career. So that'll be really big. On the Sunday, we will be celebrating Martin Bourrain. Would have been 90 had he been alive, so his family will be with us, and we'll have a special celebration in memory of Martin Bourrain. We wouldn't have this circuit. We mightn't have any circuit at all. We certainly wouldn't have this circuit in the form we currently have it if it wasn't for Martin Bourrain. So that's what we'll be doing at the Historic Festival. And just there's plenty of other stuff going on. If you have a look at mondellopark.ie, I've got a phone in one hand, you will see that there's a lot of stuff on here. So that's the end of the ICCR round 3 here at Mondello Park. Great racing. We've got to add up championship points. We've got to have a look at the mini championship, which gave us great entertainment. We've had a 5-time straight winner in minis and a new winner in Kyle Irvine. We've got a couple of new lap records. Sean McGovern got the double win in Fiesta ZTEC. Pretty impressive stuff. Fiesta STs gave us great entertainment. Sylvie Mullins has broken the Boss lap record. So loads of statistics from this weekend. But from our point of view, with the Beacon Hospital and See It Live, it's more about entertainment than statistics. And certainly my job is made very, very easy when you get racing like we got here at Mondello Park this weekend. We'll be back here in September, but we will also be back with the Historic Festival. Have a look at mondellopark.ie for more information on that. You want to come down here and drive a car, you can drive single-seaters, you can drive Porsches, Audi V10 cars, you can drive Ferraris. We have a load of cars down here you can come down and drive yourself. Trackdays.ie for track days here at the circuit. Always something going on here at Mondello Park. Historic Festival is going to be the big one next month, and ICCR is back here in September. From then, from me, from the Beacon Hospital support, and from everybody at See It Live, thank you very much for tuning in, and I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did here at Mondello Park.